Okay, it's time for the blunts. Okay.
Field. Oh, World Cup products as well. We had a number of past World Cup legends on hand. Everybody had a good time, and we will too, because you know what? We got them all right here in the studio.
No way.
This is one of the try. I know this is a tryout. You ever play soccer when you were younger?
No.
Okay.
Do I look like I play soccer?
I saw your athletic prowess last week. Okay.
I mean, bring it to the table.
So you don't have to go full hog and buy one and go. Have my kids eat and may not be able to eat for a long time. You get them right for as low as $25.
Am I allowed to touch it? Because I know, like, we've gotten a lot of orders today on the phone.
Yes, you can touch it, but don't take it. That's the bottom line. They need it because the World Cup happens next summer right here on Fox. Matches and look for updates and features leading up to the big game or the big event. As we wind our way towards summer, and keep in mind, the final will be at MetLife Stadium.
Okay, I can do this now, right?
Okay, see, now you're causing trouble.
I can do that.
Let me see your hand now, is it? You have to check. You have to check.
And to do the business next.
Okay, yes.
You got it. Thanks.
You deserve a better way to save.
Yeah, you do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale,
Again,
it's only actually a lot of grocery shopping. Justin, when's the last time you went on break? I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save.
That's Al's. That's Al's. So put your tripod there. I ran your cable, obviously. You saw that. Oh, that's Al. Here we go, Al. Hey.
Road takes you.
Tony, talk.
Ready to drive you forward.
I talked to Tony.
Pure power unleashed.
Yeah.
And future forward technology. Every path needs
About
to be
what now?
possibilities.
You know what? Oh. Yeah. It's on now, baby. It's on. You're not going to get shit. All right, let me get the live view and then. All right. What do you need from me, Roy? Let me get my live view. You need anything from me? Audible? Okay. I'm gonna put that clock on the other side. With you? I want I'll give you mine, okay? You sure? Yeah.
Need to open the door to more home buyers? Hyper-target home buyers in your area down to the learn how Flex data-driven ad solutions can drive home buyers to your real estate business. Connect with Flex.com.
All right.
This is the clock to go with the stalling.
I gotta go to my car. What time is it at?
7.
Yeah, I'm
All
putting
right,
it.
welcome back. Here's what we've got going on with the weather headlines today. It's Friday. It's
I've been
a
working the
beautiful
entire time I'm
Monday.
here.
Another cool start, but the finish is
I
fine.
was like,
Nice warm
you
highs above
know what?
normal temps. Stays warm and dry over the weekend. A fantastic weekend is coming at us, even as we get into next week. Things look good. We've got the dry sky here on the radar satellite.
And if I'm working the whole time I'm here, I'll put in for the actual time I'm here.
39 MPC. Nothing really to report today.
Good. How are you? All right. Al, I gotta run back to my car real quick.
Password's on display. Password.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, this is it.
What if I just put it like this? So moving. When you leave, I put it right there. All right. So
There's room there. What's up, man?
Oh, it's so good to see you. Older and fatter.
No, I got a big fat spider. I got a spider.
Oh, spider?
Oh, yeah. I'm afraid of the spider, but I'm going to leave it alone. Yeah.
I'll be here all day. I'll be here all day.
I'll be leaving soon.
Oh, you are?
I'll stop by.
Okay, I'll see you later.
So you taking this one out?
It should be 7, but
Christian. Christian.
He's getting ready to get rival.
Hang on. I need as many batteries. I don't really want to run the lights off of that. I don't want to drain it.
What do you need, battery?
All the batteries.
They're in the wagon right there.
Okay.
The black one, look.
Could you give me can you, Al, in the wagon?
I got it.
I'm going to put all the batteries in here.
Take this, please.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can take this out if you want and put mine in.
We're going to go on the 2 minutes. Oh, okay. First bounce in, just so it don't disappear.
Yeah. Danny, can you throw this on there? All right.
You good? Huh? So you good? No.
Sir, I'm rolling now.
You're okay?
Sir, I'm rolling now. I'm rolling?
You did.
Rolling now. You can say that now on camera.
Sometimes you just have too many friends. Oh, he left. All right.
No, it's literally right there. So as long as it's like pointing like almost north, it's opposite of satellite.
Ciao. Oh, a lot of people got here since the last time I was out.
They say get here before Briella goes.
I have an 8:20.
8:20?
And then I'm going to use the bathroom and get coffee. 9 and 9:15. They initially wanted 9:45, but I said there's going to be too much movement out here at 9:45. Rather just if one of you guys have to run around. Yeah. Come on. Funeral band. Between that and hearing everyone talking next to me, it's too much. The band is preparing for Diddy's arrival. Can't make it up. Very odd music. All right, it stopped. A lot of media has set up Rosanna and Kurt since we last chatted, and we've been hearing this date, October 3rd, essentially since Diddy, his trial wrapped up back in July. The sentencing hearing itself begins at 10 o'clock this morning, and that could take a few hours because there's a lot to be said on both sides. But lawyers, like you said, submitted a letter last night in which Diddy admitted that these have been the hardest 2 years of his life and that he has no one to blame but himself. The question now remains, will Judge Arun Subramanian listen to his pleas for a second chance? I want to get to that 4-page letter that Diddy and his lawyers submitted because that really marked the first time that he made any substantial statement about his case. Here are some key pieces of it. In one part, Diddy writes, "In my life, I have made many mistakes, but I am no longer running from them. I am so sorry for the hurt that I caused, but I understand that the mere words 'I'm sorry' will never be good enough, as these words alone cannot erase the pain from the past." In another, he says, "I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I have been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability, as well as positive steps towards healing. And I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children." Diddy's lawyers have said that he should be sentenced to no more than 14 months in prison, with credit for good behavior and time served. That would indicate they want him to walk free. The judge rejected a last-ditch effort to overturn his conviction on 2 prostitution-related charges. Diddy's legal team argues he was an amateur pornographer, not engaging in prostitution, and that the guilty verdict violates his First Amendment rights. Prosecutors submitted their sentencing recommendations earlier this week and want Diddy to serve at least 11 years in prison, a significant increase from their initial request of 4 to 5 years. In a 161-page memorandum, they detailed that Diddy is unrepentant and insisted that the punishment for his crimes of conviction must take into account the manner in which he committed them. Meantime, Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend and the star witness at his federal trial, pleaded the judge to consider the many lives that he's upended with his abuse and control. She and another alleged victim, Mia, who testified under a pseudonym, are expected to address the court today. It's still unclear if Jane, who also testified anonymously, will share any words with the court. But former prosecutor Seth Zuckerman weighed in on the case last night on the 10 o'clock news. And when I allude to a lot being said on both sides, we have Diddy getting the opportunity to speak, some of the alleged victims speaking, and then on top of that, Diddy's legal team put together a 15-minute sentencing video that the judge asked to see yesterday before it is played in court before everybody today. Now, his lawyers have said that he's been subjected to inhumane living conditions and has been on constant suicide watch in jail. For now, we're live here, though, in Lower Manhattan. Rosanna and Kurt, back to you. Yeah, a lot more of that fanfare happening during the actual trial itself. Again, we had 8 weeks. We had certain people, high-profile witnesses testifying, Cassie Ventura. We had Kid Cudi here at one point. The music behind me is actually over at the funeral parlor, has nothing to do with court. But right across the street from us, a lot of media set up, and then you have, of course, Diddy's family, who usually arrives in their own means of transportation, and everybody takes a look at who else is coming when it comes to lawyers on both sides of the aisle, so on and so forth. Diddy and Cassie and other high-profile figures typically enter through a different entrance. Kurt and Rosanna. Had to mention that it's a funeral.
Yeah, I would love to. But I'm still setting up.
Haven't seen any crazy supporters over there, right?
Hooray. Hooray, Craig. I was like, funeral. The supporters and the streamers, none of that really.
That guy rolling around with the hat on.
Oh, with the hat and the live streaming from a unit?
Oh, yo, look, I'm gonna send you the link. You go with Switch. Over here. You took my bag?
Yeah, we put over here first. So nobody can go over here. Put me first.
No, he took my bag.
Oh, yeah, that's the black one.
No, oh, right there, the basement, yeah. I just need the black clamp. Yeah, because
Which one you need, the black or the white?
the black one, the mic clamp. The other one. See it right there inside the back? Let me go. I got it. Oh, thank you, yeah. Thanks.
Ah, yeah.
You drink the Kool-Aid too?
Pants are falling off. They're too loose. Pants are loose.
I said, can you guys put it up front?
Oh, you know what? I'm going to get out of the shop because we're live streaming apparently right now.
That's work. Yo ya la uso para.
I know you did. Now he's...
They said they're going to use the shot until another one is
I
set
just
up.
got it. Half of it.
Shooting your camera to YouTube for now until you get the shot.
Christian, you have an extra mic?
Yeah, right there. Everything is there, bro. In the back.
Bueno, ok. Esta no, que la compre la 6.
Yo pedí la 6 esa. Y la 9.
No, la 9 ya no, pide la 6. La 9 es que ves no es full, es 4 a full.
Your chip. The cheapest. Yes. You found it?
Yeah, pide la 6. Ok, no quiere la 3, cómprame la 6. Mira. Ok, míralo por este lado. Nos compraron la 9, right? Cuesta 5,800. Tiene muchos problemas con el banco. La 6 cuesta 1,300.
Alright. So, if we're busy, let Dave know that when we have guests, you have the second mic for this. It's got the splitters here already. Have the power supply. Doesn't matter. And the top will stay up. Live you can go with it. Allegedly, 9. As if I was allegedly be reduced.
Es que mira, yo hablé con John hace 3 años cuando
the Wi-Fi goes from here, as you can think of here. I'm not up, it's not up. Actually, it is up. So, can you...
Pero se adapta a esta cámara. Ahorita salió el 28,135,2.
Todos son
para
IMA.
esta cámara. Para esa. Esta la FX3.
Christian, what is it? 5.
Hold on.
What's the password for the Star Wars? I know I have it.
Pero yo tengo un 70%. Es igual al tuyo, es el mismo. Pero entonces yo le dije a arbitraje que los
205, 205, 205.
835. Para eso estamos. ese lente llega a la ventana, el que le digo, no se tiene que estar cambiando de lente.
Okay, you got it?
En el cuerpo tiene un botón que tú lo pones y haces zoom. O por el menú le das la orden acá y le haces zoom. No es zoom digital, es zoom. 28,
Yep. And now it's programmed.
Lo único es que es
Whenever you start like
4.0
it'll come up.
pero estas cámaras aguantan mucho ISO. Tú le puedes dar a 45.000 y no hay grande. Es más, el único que la trabaja muy bien, porque trabaja en 12 minutos.
All right. And then you got it down I did a capital for that. And Dave, in the email, Dave had a setup. So, it's online, but when it comes up, it'll say connect to Wi-Fi, go into your phone, connect to this Wi-Fi, and then come back out, look for alignment, right? Hit alignment, and then there'll be like a circle, and then you fit back into the circle, and then that's it. You're literally out. What did it take you? Like 20 seconds? Why do you connect to this? This off. So you can run your phone off of it too, off this Wi-Fi if you have bad service. You can use it. Well, I mean, it depends on how many you're up. But it's better than just this. No, going in the top. I'm gonna go over there.
Here we go. Israel People's America.
Oh. He's a regular.
Oh yeah.
Not for this. Not really for this trial, but he's just a regular.
But then the anchors get confused and they're like, oh, there's protesters there. Oh, there's what? Can you show the signs? And,
He's just a regular.
Yeah. I haven't seen him here though during the trial. Was he?
He's just a regular at court.
Oh, so just come with the sign and do his thing. All right. Oh, I'm gonna call.
Yo le dije a John hace 3 años y 4, cómprate estas cámaras para los proyectos especiales. Y me dijo, y ahora las compro.
You know, I was just using Pocket 3 and like HBO. Oh yeah. HBO, I saw that. So you can every time I can shoot a lot of stuff. You know, go down and be lower.
Y cuando tengas algo que alguna duda, porque no porque yo sea el que mejor sepa, no, yo ahora para viajar, esto es lo mejor. Ahorita tú que estuviste en los Olímpicos, de eso también, él se llevó una. Y todos los días me llamaba, ¿qué pasó esto? ¿Qué hago? No haces esto. Pero al principio todos pegamos.
Today's finally Friday. I know. 6 days in a row.
Everybody just come out.
Yeah.
What's up, bro? What's up, bro? I've been waiting for you to take a break. So if you come over and say hello, you've been like...
I'm not even setting up my bid.
Yeah, I know. It's in front of us.
Setting other
Well, we'll be out of here.
Come back as soon as the light.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's our Wi-Fi? That's cool.
Voy a mirar en mi camión, pero no tengo tied up to the bolt. Your bag is tied up to the bolt. It's got to stay with you, otherwise it's going in the garbage. Or if you want to put it in the park somewhere, not in front of the corner. I'll hold it. I got it. You gotta be careful down there. No, I might have one in the truck out there. A mí me movieron a la vaina del sitio. I'm living in Queens. Yeah. Yo salgo de ahí. Yo también. Como te digo, me movieron. Entonces, más caliente. Como te voy a mover, ok. Maravilloso. Y todas mis cosas que hacen.
Okay. The shot wasn't up. Now I think it is, but they went to another story. I don't know if it was control room or us, but... Hi, can you guys hear me on your end?
That's good.
What are you going in for? Get prescription.
but then it wears off, and then that's where I'm back. Also, like once a year, I get stoned and go ride my bike. Sometimes like the first week, go away because then it's like I'm riding, I'm like, oh my god, it's so terrible. Like he's flying out. This actually he's good. So I'm behind. It's not good place. It's so focused. But everybody has different reactions. Some people they smoke it and no, really they feel like they feel more nervous inside out. They feel it. So that's not. It's not. Yeah. That's right. You're not right. You're safe at that level. I'm really safe.
I used to have
Well, like you can't move from it. Like the strum there.
all this crazy shit was going through my mind, all day. I was like, you know, all day. I mean, it was crazy.
NBC certainly didn't care at all. Like Stone Phillips and Bill Hotel want to stay an extra day in Cancun so they can try to get laid with the 18-year-olds while they're out drinking every night. Yeah, right. That's different. I was going to a comedy show, and so I got on the subway, so it was in the neighborhood. And there was all kinds of people smoking, you know.
They're locking down the
He's in a little bit, right? He's just about ready to go and deal with the money. And I'm so hungry. So I laughed. There was Chinese right back by the subway. What? Thank you. Chicken. Come back to the open mic. And like, before I know it, I just kind of looked out and I said, big I feel like kind of like my insides are outside. What I really want to do is, I know I can't do it. I want to buy everybody do it. And then I do 5 minutes from that. But it gets kind of nasty, so because like you're like a teenage. When you're a teenage boy, there's sometimes you think like you are the only thing you are. The whole world is here for you, and everything is part of you. And I feel that way like right now, which means that we're always thinking about that. Everything in the world is inside me, which means that I'm the greatest I'm any world. I am Goldberg. I am Robert Williams. I'm George Carlin. I'm that good. But give it up for me right now. But then, of course, on the flip side, one, two, stage crisis, smallpox, infected blankets, the indigenous people, COVID-19. So, where are you going in?
I'll start it up.
It's fun. That's 25 minutes. You're scared, right? You go right to the black hole of hell. And then it's not even 5 minutes, and you're like, does everybody know what 5 minutes is? Because it knows the villains and the actors are common. Okay? So, like,
Do they have to go all the way around? They want to
What?
go naturalization?
No, I'm letting them do it. They have to show me the paperwork.
Good luck to you. All right. Good luck. Come on. Yeah, just shut it over.
And I did one where my age, I was living with my mom, right in the apartment for 40 years. We had a TV together. Super trying to tell me what sex was without saying that. But he was like really graphic. How much that one it wasn't a whole lot of that. And then afterwards on the street, one of the ladies was going up. Scary. Like, I need something coming from you because her routine was everyone who was doing therapy now, not comedy. She's like, I was in Venice. I was on a date, and she picked up my phone, and she looked, and it just happened to be what the last call was, which was 98. That's a suicide. So I'm like, you got scared by my routine, you're coming up with you actually calling 988 at 8. You're like, whoa. Wait. There's a line in the mist. Like that is the person picked up the phone. How did it call you? Yeah, it's like, wow, yeah, you gotta sit in place. Therapy, mindfulness, that. Yeah. That.
Oh, is that right?
He was in Brooklyn, right? Sally Ford and going to
Yeah.
Right, it's still inside here. Right, because like I was running the piano. Suicide watch, I mean, it's pretty large. Fucking let's go.
Man. Next.
I'm not saying that does fix this, and I know it does, but I'm just saying that meaning some people just aren't going to care, they're going to do their jobs, and that should be enough to obfuscate that. And when you know
Right, somebody's got this. Whether it's a husband, that's somebody,
Yeah, but you also have holes, you don't want to bring them down.
I just really got it.
Anything can be
So many
stopped.
cases, not one thing that's used. Not one phone in the city ever got used. But they have it. But they have it. We don't know where it is.
I have to walk around. I want to get into the court. Okay, so
Also, like sometimes things that we all expect to happen didn't happen, like Bobby did not get assassinated. Didn't need assassinated. So, if you do that, keep them along. You know what I mean? You work like that. So I don't buy that. It's like, it's you versus me, so you can't, I can lose it.
well, how about those things that we found in the park? Those things
Right.
yeah, it's kind of like a little behind the scenes of New York. So I'm hoping it'll be.
Can't have it.
I don't think I'll do something
They fail.
about found an open house. It's down across.
So that's why I think that I'm wondering if it's like, there's some fancy.
It's like a gothic.
There you go.
I'm not sure.
Like your shit was I gotta walk around? Thank you.
What are you going in for? What are you going in for? For what?
I want to scream it.
What are you going in for? It's like I supposed to. Seconds to do the whole place. Yeah.
That was okay. Yeah, I did the thing out front, the AP live video thing. That was kind of fun. I like that we're doing that. Yeah, we're doing more and more stuff. That's fun. Yeah, and the funeral started happening. Right, you know, oh, did you see where the... Yeah, did he show where they're bringing out the casket? Yeah. I should have said more about that, but it ended too quickly. Because, you know, it's just funny. There's this funeral. There's actually two funerals right across from the courthouse. And every day for 25 years I've been watching them take the, you know, casket out. And what's fascinating is, like an hour after the funeral, you'll see a little white truck pull up, and tomorrow's body is just brought out on a stretcher.
Into the...
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating.
It's going to need to the tradition. I saw that in Mardi Gras doing that with the band.
Yeah.
I think they did that one.
Yeah, so it was like a Salvation Army type band. There was a time, early in Julie I's administration, I'm sure long before that, where they used to have fireworks and everything. But Julie I put out fireworks. That was like so entertaining.
You have to circle all the way around.
Go through there. But yeah, so. Well, they just let somebody walk through. Maybe you could just ask them if they walk through. You could ask them.
Depending on what you're here for.
Somebody would walk through. Oh, they're asking for IDs. Maybe they're letting the media go through.
No, they're not. They lock down the steps already.
The other way is to go around the back. It might be a little bit. Yeah.
See you later, Larry.
Good luck. Okay, so.
It used to be allowed in the steps.
Yeah, it's a little excessive. I should.
40 points?
Yeah, close to what they are.
Yeah, if you go around the company, it's almost, yeah. Test.
justice today to you? What y'all think?
Good luck today.
Justice or injustice?
Good luck. Good luck.
Need more good luck. Are you not ready?
Right, right. You know, they're in the business. They know.
Over the shoulder, please.
Hi, Dana. How are you today?
Brandon, are you just saying family members? Or what are you saying?
I'm not sure.
Back
He was a
up,
lookalike.
back up. Back up a little bit.
Keep going up. Go up a little more. You're good. There you go. Back. You can back up.
Back up a little bit, please.
Yo, are you even fucking press? No.
Pull your phone in.
Good luck today.
Justice or injustice today?
Are you guys nervous at all?
Lucy, what up, man? Justice or injustice today? What y'all think?
Today at all.
You nervous about today? How you feeling?
All right, thank you. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, I'll bring my stay over there. On the ladder. A bunch of their family just walking outside 55.
I'm like, crazy. You're on the fucking screen. You want to have a pet back.
Crazy guy, police trying to get him to go.
Guys, just back up. You can't block the sidewalk. Come on, out of the way. Left and to the right. You got to keep it moving. People have to be able to move. Come on, you got your shot. Let's go. Let's go. We're dancing out here. Let's go. If people can't walk down the sidewalk, I'm going to move everybody across the street.
Yo, it's Candy though, man. Come on, it's Candy, man. Candy even call police on me. So it's normal. Come on, man. Man, just talk worried about nothing. I don't even understand how the girl did not ask him to go in the courtroom. He did not ask him to go in the courtroom. The courtroom is for anybody to go in.
Thank you, and then they
You don't
denied
got to
me.
dress like I dress to go in the courtroom. Yeah, so no, anything, man. So anyway, but
Get it. I'm incognito.
pull it home. Yeah, he should be able to talk to me. Look like what are you doing there? Look, I got hit up so many fucking times. What are we doing here? So you're gonna have me stand out here and deal with puffy people, that the same people that's shooting me, and now you're gonna arrest me for puffy people. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. How they deny me the puffy people? Arrest me? Okay. I can't take this right now. But I know the white folks sitting around here, you guys feel comfortable. A black man sitting here. I know what's going to happen. It's like in the camera. Let me see this. Let me see what they got to do. What's right there, Hannah? No, he said she's right. No, he said she's right. I'm just saying,
In a suit? I think I'm gonna go to the courthouse and send it there and come back.
So, how you doing? I interviewed you last time. It was a good interview.
I'm gonna go send up back. I think, unless my spot.
We get it on. Man, women wanting the bone show. Sipping up.
right, good morning and welcoming to our continuing coverage of the Diddy trial. Of course, this is a case that so many people all across the country are watching and watching very closely. You're taking a live look at our stakeout camera from Lower Manhattan outside of 500 Pearl Street. 500 Pearl Street, the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where we know Sean Diddy Combs will be sentenced today. Sean Diddy Combs, of course, the music mogul, the fashion icon who was convicted over the summer on prostitution-related charges. He was not convicted on the more serious charges when it comes to racketeering and some of those other issues. However, he does face the possibility of 20 years in prison. His attorneys have argued that he should only have to serve 14 months, but prosecutors have said they would like to see at least 10 to 11 years. The judge today will have to decide. We've been watching this camera all morning long, and we have seen Diddy's attorneys already walk in. His mother has walked in. Just a few minutes ago, we saw his own kids walk in. Diddy himself will be in the courtroom today. There was some discussion as to what he would actually be able to wear when he was in the courtroom today. He will be able to dress up. He will be able to wear a shirt, a tie, a shirt, the khaki pants, and the shoes. He's going to be looking more in civilian clothes than he has been on some of the other occasions that he has had to be in the courtroom. So we are tracking this extremely closely. It's supposed to start at 10 o'clock, could last an hour, could last several hours. What exactly is going to happen today? We know, number one, Diddy will address the court. That is one of the major things that will happen today. He has already written a letter to the court, and in that letter he said, quote, "I can't change the past, but I can change the future." He told the judge, "I lost my way. I got lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. Today, I humbly ask you for another chance." So Diddy and his attorneys, they're asking that essentially he be granted the permission to leave. He not serve any more time than he already has. He's already been in custody, in federal custody, for about 14 months. The prosecutors, they're saying he should have to serve between 10 and 11 years, something along those lines. The judge here will have to decide that case. We want to go to Antoine Lewis, who is outside of the courthouse. Antoine, can you set the scene for us? I mean, we know that there's a lot of media out there. We know there's a lot of supporters and Diddy's family members. Some of them just walked in a few minutes ago. What are you seeing out there?
Well, Dan, exactly everything that you're saying is what's taking place here. We did just see the family arrive. Roy Picorni, our photojournalist who's been covering that door, and he's kind of roving around, keeping his eye on things. That roving camera that you were just referencing, he's the mobile one of that. So he just got the video of the family going in. The mother had gone in earlier. But the media circus, if you will, as we all know what that entails, is certainly in effect down here. As far as across the street where the podium is set up, now there hasn't been that much of a gathering of the people that we saw during the trial like that. We anticipate that happening later. It is just 10 o'clock, so the proceeding, as we imagine, has just started right now. But as far as what we can tell you as far as this goes, the music that you normally would see, some of that, I was coming down here to the courthouse, noticed a little bit of that, a couple of signs, but that mass magnitude that you normally would see of both supporters and those who are non-supporters of Sean Combs, that is starting to assemble a little bit now. And that's always the case when you have trials where the players, if you will, the main characters are of such degree, such celebrity as your Sean Combs, or, just around the corner when Harvey Weinstein was on trial. So, you expect that type of gathering down here. But as you pointed out, prosecutors were looking for no less than 13 months. That's 11 years and 3 months. The defense is saying that accounting for time served, they wanted no more than 14. He's already done a year, which conceivably means that he could be out by the end of the year. As far as what he will say when he addresses the court, well, Lisa Evers is inside. She's been covering this ever since the 8-week trial wrapped up in July, and when he was found guilty of the lesser of those the lesser of the charges, convicted on 2 counts of transportation to commit prostitution, which, as you pointed out, carries a maximum of 10 years each. So he's looking at potentially 20, as opposed to the maximum life in prison, which was associated with the charges that he was acquitted of. So that's what's going on here. We will also be joined by Seth Zuckerman, one of our attorneys who's been weighing in on this during the trial and in the months leading up, the weeks leading up to where we are today. We'll we'll be bringing you that as well. But Dan, from here, we're going to send things now back inside to you.
You know, Antoine, you've covered so many cases in Lower Manhattan over the years, so many high-profile figures who have been in and out of this courtroom, the federal courthouse. They're no strangers to celebrity. Can you put into context just sort of what you're seeing in terms of the media, the people out there, to some of the other cases that you've covered over the years?
Well, it's a similar circumstance, Dan. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. It's a similar circumstance as to when I covered Weinstein 1, you know, and that was pre-pandemic. You know, that trial started at the end of February of 2020, and then it was in January, and it wrapped up before we shut down in the pandemic, which was in March of 2020. And that was intense because you have a Hollywood mogul, you know, studio head, you know, accused of predatory behavior, accused of sexually assaulting multiple women, multiple actresses, you know, like that. And that was intense. This is different because Sean Combs is, of course, from New York City. So there's going to be a little bit more intense scrutiny, if you will, because he is a homegrown product here, regardless of what side of the fence you may be on. Nonetheless, when it comes to these, Dan, I can just tell you, since I was only on the peripheral, if you will, Lisa and a couple of our other colleagues were inside, you know, my connection to it was just, you know, doing basically this. And I can just tell you, just be given the scrutiny, because he is a little bit more in the public eye, if you will. You see him a little bit more than you would your Weinstein, you know, or someone like that. I mean, between the products he's produced, between the artists that he's helped launch, between his record label, which was a dominant force in the 90s and on up to 2000s, Bad Boy Records, you know, so a lot of that is into play. And then just that New York curiosity factor that draws people out. But as far as the media that's here, we are at 500 Pearl right across, and I can tell you this whole block right here, Mulberry is to my right, and then down at the other end, we're seeing, I believe that's Baxter, thank you, is
right
down at the other end there. So we are pretty much taking up the whole block, and you know, it's a tight spot, tight space. You do your
It
thing
sure is.
In this area. But again, all of our eyes are over there, you know, because that is the podium. That's where the attorneys on both sides, should they have something to say, will go and comment. You know, if the family members want to speak, normally we will try to, you know, stick the mic in their face, try to run and see, do you have a comment? Is there anything you have to say? But other than that, that podium is set up just to try to keep some of the decorum, if you will, because Dan, you know this, it can get frantic, you know. Now, what will make this a little bit more interesting is that the jurors have already been gone. That's done. Normally in situations like this, at the end of a trial, we have to go, we have to run, try to get jurors to see if they want to comment, see if they have anything they have to say. Why did you feel this way? You know, entirely at their will, you know, but that's not the case here. It's going to start at 10 o'clock. Judge Arun Subramanian, you know, is on the bench. He will be listening to both sides. He will hear what the prosecutors have to say. He will hear what the defense has to say. And one of the things that we're going to get into with Seth Zuckerman when we bring him on is just how much weight does the statements that come from the victims. There were letters that were sent to the court saying keep Sean Diddy Combs in jail. You know, they deemed him a threat to the public. So a lot of that, we want to break that down and also find out how much of that, Dan, how much of that is going to come into play as well.
I was going to ask you about that,
a lot of moving parts, you know.
Because I know, and I'm sure you know, Cassie Ventura, of course, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, at the center of the case, the woman in that video that everyone saw. She wrote a letter to the judge, essentially saying the horrific decade of my life, stained by abuse, violence, forced sex, degradation, the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. And essentially she's saying she still lives in fear. She's asking the judge not to take any leniency. Did you get a chance to take a look at that letter?
Only by reading it on the subway, you know, down there, and then just watching coverage, you know, this morning when Briella was here, whom I'm relieving just now, Briella Tomasetti, our colleague, you know, so, but Dan, that's what I'm saying. Those statements, you know, Judge Subramanian has to take all of that into consideration, and it's ultimately at his will, it's his discretion how he will choose to go, you know, with this. And so
it's interesting.
Sean Combs can make statements, and he can, no, Dan, I was just going to say, Sean Combs can make statements. He can, you know, say, give me a second chance. That's fine, you know, but ultimately the judge will decide, you know, how this will go, what he will get, and how this will play out.
It's interesting exactly what you're talking about, because we know the prosecutors obviously have asked for this longer sentence. His attorneys are asking for essentially time already served. And then we have the probation department and the recommendation. Essentially, that's the neutral body, or at least it's supposed to be, the eyes and the ears of the judge. And they've kind of come in between in the 7-year range. So a lot of people are kind of saying maybe the judge will go plus or minus somewhere along those lines. Is that kind of what the sense of what you're getting when you've seen some of the coverage and talked to some of the legal experts out there?
Absolutely, Dan. Yep, that's exactly how that's going to go. I'm going to bring in Seth Zuckerman now. Seth just got to be down here to us. Roy and Dan, our colleagues out here, putting him in position in place. You may see him duck underneath the camera for just 1 second, but we're fluid. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Dan, for making this happen. So, yeah, I'm going to bring in Seth right now. Right there. Seth Zuckerman, look right at me. Good morning. You're on Newsroom Live with me. Dan Bowens is back in the station. And one of the questions that's just come up, we were talking about Judge Sumerian. You just step back just a little bit. Right there. You're good, sir. Judge Sumerian and which way he could go, the impact, the weight, if you will, of what the statements and the letters were. You know, how do you see that going in this particular case?
You know, so the judge has a lot to weigh in this case, Anton. As we've seen, the sentencing memos that the prosecutors put forth was close to 180 pages, similar length for the defense. You know, as I'm sure you've noted this morning, the prosecutors are asking for 135 months, which is over 11 years. The prosecutors are, the defense is asking for 14 months, which is in essence time served. But I think what's really important is actually what the Department of Probation has recommended. Department of Probation has recommended 70 to 87 months. And I think a judge, similar to this judge, who has a little experience with criminal law, has been on the bench for only a couple years. Right. I think he's going to tether himself a lot to the Department of Probation recommendation. I think that 70 to 87 months that the Department of Probation has recommended is really going to weigh heavily on this judge. And I would expect to see a sentence somewhere in that range. Maybe I've been predicting a little bit lower than that, but I think that's going to be a big consideration for the judge. In addition to the victim impact statements that the prosecutors have put forth and all of the family letters that Combs has put forth, including Combs' own letter, which was submitted yesterday evening, those are all the things that the judge has to weigh in considering the sentence here. But I think the Department of Probation recommendation is going to weigh heavily here.
When you have cases of this magnitude, and we're talking about that, and then again, the judge has only been on, I think, 2 years, a little more than that now. This will essentially also send a message about him. You know, he's new to the bench. How do you think that would go across, and how much pressure is it on him to make the right decision?
I mean, look, this is a very high-profile case. Everybody's watching. But I don't think he's thinking about that. I think he's thinking about what is just, what is the right decision based on the conviction in this case. And as we know, he was only convicted of 2 of the lesser counts, right? The 2 prostitution counts, the Mann Act violation counts. They each carry a maximum of 10 years independently, but it's almost unheard of to get that sentence for those convictions. So that's why I think it's going to come in much lower. As you may recall, the prosecutors initially over the summer when Diddy was convicted had asked for something much lower and then had raised their ask when they submitted their sentencing memo this week. So I think the judge has a lot to consider here, and I think, you know, he's got a lot on his plate here because there's a lot of factors at play. There's obviously a general deterrence, sending a message in a case of this magnitude, so that the public and so that no one wants to commit, no one tries to commit a crime of similar characteristics and says, oh well, if Sean Diddy Combs got sentenced to this, I'm going to be deterred from committing this crime as well.
His defense was trying to say, Combs' defense alluded to the fact that someone's personal actions and behavior, something they carried out in private, should not constitute, you know, jail time and convictions like that. If you were presiding, just hypothetically, how would you receive that message?
I mean, I think it's one of the many arguments. I think the hardest thing for the judge right now is considering the conduct that he heard at the trial for which Combs was acquitted. I think that's the biggest legal issue that the judge is going to be addressing today, right? Because there was obviously all of this evidence about violence and coercion that was presented during the trial, and the judge has to weigh all of that while also knowing that the United States Sentencing Commission has outlawed the use of acquitted conduct. Now, the prosecutor's argument here is that it's intertwined with the conduct that he was convicted of, The defense says, Judge, you shouldn't consider any of the acquitted conduct because he was simply convicted of 2 prostitution counts and none of the other violence and coercion or any of those other factors matter. And I'm really looking to see what the judge says about that conduct for which Combs was acquitted, because that'll also open another avenue for appeal for Combs if the judge relies on that acquitted conduct heavily, because like I said, the Sentencing Commission just last year changed the law on this and on whether or not courts can consider acquitted conduct.
Seth, in your opinion, how damning, if you will, was the Cassie video from that hotel from 2016?
Look, obviously it's a damning video. You know, we all watched it and were shocked and horrified watching it. But I think Combs' attorney did a great job minimizing the impact of it, because they admitted that he committed domestic violence. They admitted that he had assaulted her. And they said, look, he's done some terrible things in his life, but it doesn't mean he's guilty of a RICO conspiracy. It doesn't mean he's guilty of sex trafficking. So they own those facts. Again, we can't unsee it. The judge can't unsee it. He can't unhear the things that he heard during the trial. So it'll have some impact on the judge's sentence today.
And of course, RICO means racketeering, you know, basically organized crime or some sort of criminal empire engaging in unlawful activity.
Correct, and he was acquitted of that. That was the most serious count. It was always an aggressive count when the prosecutors brought that. I think a lot of us in the legal community were surprised that he was charged with that.
Well, a lot of you all thought it was a reach. It was a stretch.
It was a huge stretch, and obviously the jury agreed when they acquitted him of those of the 2 most serious counts, and they only convicted him of the Mann Act violations.
We know Gloria Allred is here. You know, she's got a presence, you know, and she's got an interest, you know, and as far as, you know, representing, you know, people in similar matters like this. As far as Supermarian goes, and we know that it can go either way. This hearing could be over in minutes, or it could be over in, you know, it could take several hours, you know, like that.
I would be surprised if this took minutes, Anton. I would expect this to take hours. There's even some rumblings around the courthouse that this may not even complete today.
Wow.
So I would say multiple hours. I mean, I know the defense has asked for 4 lawyers to give presentations, and they've submitted a 15-minute video for the court to watch. I know that Cassie is here to speak. One of the other alleged victims, Mia, is going to be speaking. There was nothing on the docket about Jane, but Jane may ask to speak as well.
Exactly.
And the government's going to give a very lengthy presentation in addition to Diddy's lawyers. So I expect this to be a multiple-hour sentencing at a minimum.
Antoine,
Seth, stay right there for 1 second. So
quick,
Dan, as you just heard, you know, Seth just...
As we have our legal
go ahead,
expert there, we obviously are live, and we're also live on our YouTube channel. And so we have some questions from some of our viewers out there, legal related. And so one of the questions in particular is about the experience of this judge, a judge who may not have had a case as high profile as this one previously. Can you ask the attorney that we have there how much that may weigh into his decision about whether or not he sticks closer to the recommended sentencing from the probation department?
Got it. How much will Arun Subramanian's experience weigh in determining a factor? It's a question from one of our YouTube social media followers.
You know, it's an interesting question. Obviously, he doesn't have much experience in sentencing criminal cases, and this is obviously a unique case with the high-profile nature and the facts of the case. So the lack of experience, I'm sure, will, you know, he'll err probably on the side of caution. But I'm sure he's spoken to his more experienced colleagues on the bench. They generally speak in chambers to one another. In a case of this high profile, I'd be surprised if he didn't speak to some of his colleagues beforehand. But obviously, he hasn't sentenced anybody like Sean Diddy Combs before, and so that'll weigh some impact on whether or not he's willing to give him a lesser sentence, probably, and take a chance in giving Combs a second chance.
And then again, 70 months was the one part of the parameters recommended by the Board of Probation. Correct?
The Department of Probation gave a range of 70 to 87 months.
70 to 87.
So 70 is a little under 6 years.
Right.
87 is a little over 7 years. So that's a 6 to 7 year range. I think the judge may come in a little bit under that, but that's the Department of Probation's recommendation, and they're supposed to be a neutral third party who makes a recommendation to the court based on the facts, based on reviewing his history, and they make a recommendation to the court, and that's what they did in this case.
Antoine, I know we're kind of going with
one second. Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
We're sort of going with this team coverage here, where essentially I'm asking you a question and you're asking the attorney. We're sort of making this all work together here.
It is what it is.
It's just how we're having to do it this morning.
What it is.
So many of our viewers this morning are sort of weighing in and say, free Puffy, they're his fans. But how will the judge use more of a general deterrence, in a sense, using Puffy's case as sending a message to the general public that this type of behavior is not tolerated, as opposed to maybe a more private citizen?
How much will the celebrity factor play into the sentencing, given the experience to this degree of Judge Subramanian?
You know, it's something that we're never going to be able to calculate. But obviously, he needs to send a message to the public, right? One of the factors the court is supposed to consider is general deterrence, deterring the public from committing a similar offense. So the high-profile nature of Combs shouldn't impact anything, but it's the high-profile nature of the case in sending a message to the public, this is the sentence you get if you commit these crimes. That's supposed to be what the judge takes into consideration.
Seth, hold on one second. Dan, hold on one second. I got a thought that's going to save both of us. I'm going to give Seth my other earbud. That's the one that I don't use, and that one goes in the, you fit it in. So you should be able to hear Dan as well. So Dan, you ask another question, because we both should be able to hear you now.
Okay, fantastic. You know, it's interesting. If he were to get, let's say he gets the 6 or the 7 years, you know, he sort of sticks to that judge's recommendation. Most likely he'll get credit for the time he's already served. And then once he's in, because he's a first-time offender, maybe there's programs when it comes to drug rehabilitation and other things. How will that actually play a factor? Will that be something that he could essentially get out earlier than the 6 or 7 years?
Yeah, yes, there's obviously things that entitle him to early release. So no matter what the sentence is, unless it's a time-served sentence, he'll go back to the MDC, and then the Bureau of Prisons will designate a facility for him to serve out his sentence. And at that facility, he'll be eligible for certain programs where he may be able to get good time credit for, and then he'll be eligible for early release, potentially under the First Step Act. So yeah, no matter what sentence he gets, he will be eligible for an earlier release than whatever sentence he ultimately receives.
And Seth, explain the Mann Act to our viewers who may not understand fully, you know, what that means and what that entails.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple statute. It's transporting people across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. There's really just two factors, the state lines and the prostitution. So that's why I'm keeping my eye on what the judge says about the other conduct here today, because he was only convicted of the Mann Act violations, and the other conduct is not supposed to be taken into consideration because he was acquitted of the RICO conspiracy and the sex trafficking. And I think a lot of legal commentators are watching for what the judge says about the acquitted conduct. I know there was a lot of ink in both the motion papers by both the prosecutors and the defense talking about the acquitted conduct. As I said earlier, I think it'll give Combs more of an appellate avenue if the judge focuses on the acquitted conduct and the violence and the coercion in determining his sentence, because ultimately Combs was acquitted of that conduct.
I guess a reality check too.
All right, Dan.
Seth, a reality check. I mean, whether it's 14 months, 7 years, more than 11 years. I mean, nobody's going to be. There's going to be dissatisfaction on both sides, kind of, no matter where this thing falls. You feel like that's the case?
Well, I mean, I think if he gets the 14 months that the defense asks for, I think they're going to be elated, right? I think they'll be very excited if he's walking out the door, maybe not today, but if he's walking out the door in the next couple of weeks or before the end of the year, I think they'll be very excited about that.
Which conceivably could happen.
Which is possible, right? If the judge sides completely on the side of the defense, that is absolutely conceivable. You know, he hasn't done anything to indicate that that may happen. He didn't entertain the bail hearing over the summer. He didn't take that very seriously. I shouldn't say not seriously, but he took it seriously, but he never really considered releasing him at that point. And that was a sign that he was going to give him a sentence more than time served. Because if the court was really considering a time served sentence, he would have considered bail pending sentencing, and he didn't. So I agree that unless the defense gets something close to the time served, they won't be happy. You know, the government has a very aggressive ask in this case. I actually think it's too aggressive in my opinion, and it's almost double what they asked for over the summer when they indicated that at the time of the bail hearing. So they've thrown the kitchen sink at him.
Pretty much.
And, you know, so they're asking for something that I think is way over the top. And I think that's a risky strategy because they could end up alienating the judge saying, look, over the summer you indicated the sentencing guidelines would be half of what you're asking for now. What really gives here? He hasn't done anything further wrong. Probation comes in close to where you were over the summer. So that's why I think he may tether himself close to the probation recommendation. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if the government's ever going to be truly happy here. He was convicted of he was acquitted of the most serious counts here.
Right.
So he's walking on the RICO conspiracy and the sex trafficking. So, they're asking for a sentence as if he was convicted of all those other things, but he wasn't. So I don't know if the government's ever going to be truly satisfied with no matter what sentence he receives.
Seth, you mentioned the pathway to the appellate process. Would that basically essentially just being retried all over again?
Well, so no matter what sentence he receives today, his attorneys will file a notice of appeal with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. And they'll have a bunch of different arguments. Some of the arguments that they had in their Rule 29 and 33 motions to the judge about the sufficiency of the Mann Act. I think one of them is interesting, is the spillover prejudice of the acquitted conduct, which the jury considered in convicting him of the Mann Act violation. And that's one argument. And the second argument may be whatever acquitted conduct the court considers in the sentence. As I stated earlier, the United States Sentencing Commission just last year outlawed the use of acquitted conduct in sentencing. The government's argument here is that it's intertwined with what he was convicted of, so we should be able to use it. So how much the court relies on the acquitted conduct is something else for the avenue for appeal. But obviously, if he's appealing, that means he's doing time at a Bureau of Prisons facility somewhere else in the country. And I'm sure the defense won't be happy with any of those options.
Seth, we just got an update real quick, Antoine. I just want to update you real quick. We did just get an update just a minute ago. Sean Combs has entered the courtroom. He entered the courtroom Friday. He's wearing dark pants, a yellow sweater. He was allowed to wear civilian clothing, white collared shirt underneath. He waved and blew a kiss to his immediate family. All of them were there to support him, shaking hands with them. That's an update from a Washington Post reporter who's inside. And Seth, I don't know if you have to go, but if I could just ask you another question or two, if it's okay.
No, he's with me.
He's good. All right, he's good. Okay.
He's ours.
Okay, good.
Lisa Evers takes
over.
It.
You kind of were talking about it, and it sort of struck me as we sort of see this update of Combs coming in. He's there with his family. We've read his statement the letter he wrote to the judge. He will obviously speak today. But isn't there a difference between specific deterrence and more general deterrence, where a judge may say, hey, for you, Sean Combs, I think you may not commit these crimes again. Maybe I believe you that you're rehabilitated and all of this. But at the same time, I have to take into consideration what this conviction will mean to the general public in terms of what kind of message that will be sent. I mean, is that something that the judge is going to have to balance here?
You are absolutely correct. There is a difference between specific deterrence and general deterrence. Specific deterrence is to deter Combs from reoffending, right? To make sure that he doesn't commit any further crimes. And the government's argument here is that, well, we have someone who's been committing crimes for decades, right? Going back to the 90s. They listed all of his priors, all of the other things that he's been involved with, and they list the ongoing decades in which the conspiracy was occurring. So that's the specific deterrence angle of it. The defense's argument here is that you've got someone who's reformed, who's learned his lesson. He spent 13 months in one of the worst prisons in this country, and you're never going to see him again in the criminal justice system. The general deterrence angle, you're 100% correct, is sending a message to the public that if you commit a crime like this, you're going to get a significant sentence that will hopefully deter you. And that's something the court has to weigh, both specific deterrence and general deterrence, in fashioning the appropriate sentence for Combs today.
And then ultimately, Subramanian has to be comfortable with this decision. Once he renders it, he has to stand by this.
Ultimately, this is his decision, right? He has complete discretion right now, right? The sentencing guidelines are just advisory, and he has to do what's the most comfortable. And I'm sure he's been thinking about this since the date of Combs' conviction in early July.
Absolutely.
He has had 3 months to think about it, but he may go into that courtroom. I've heard from other federal judges, they go into the courtroom having an idea, but they want to hear the presentations. They want to hear what the government has to say. What do the victims have to say? What does the defense have to say? What does the defendant have to say? And then he may take a break before pronouncing his sentence. So they oftentimes go in with a number in mind, but sometimes they could be swayed higher or lower. But yeah, ultimately, he's the one who has to be the most comfortable with his decision. He has complete discretion in that courtroom. And we're all waiting to find out, what is that discretion?
Stand right there. Dan, do you have any other questions? Anybody else weighing in on any of our platforms?
You know, we're tracking exactly what's happening on our YouTube page. Obviously, all morning people have been watching. It really becomes a community on that social media page on YouTube of people when they're trying to gather comments. They're making comments among one another. But Antoine, and I don't know, Seth, if you can weigh in on this either, but, you know, I grew up in the 90s. I'm 45 years old. Sean Combs was at the center of so much of pop culture at that time, sort of the emergence of East Coast rap and hip hop sort of folding over into the media in general. And here we have, no matter what the case is, it's going to be a significant downfall for him. I mean, Antoine, when you sort of think about that, and I know you're a similar age to I am, what do you make of that?
Well, it's interesting, Dan, because we didn't grow up, but we matured, if you will, came of age, you know, in college, you know, when Bad Boy Records was making a mark and putting basically a different New York footprint on the pop culture scene, and he was certainly the face of that. He was a young upstart, you know, he had corralled talent, Notorious B.I.G., you know, Christopher Wallace was there. He helped, basically fueled Mary J. Blige's career, you know, if you will, you know, certainly helped, you know, was an architect of what she has evolved into. Then you have Faith Evans, and then all of the other groups that he managed. So certainly at this point, he seemed a little bit more relatable in our age group. I think he's a few years older than you and I, you know, but it was a lot of people that took this as, oh, look, you know, he's close to our age, and he's like the Berry Gordy, if you will, of his generation, you know, meaning as far as being a music mogul, you know, or, you know, of a Clive Davis, you know, those types, you know, who started young, you know, was able to connect with the talent and then make a significant imprint in the profession that they, you know, felt this is where they wanted to go. So you're right, there is a significant fall from grace, if you will, you know, in regards to this, you know, and Seth, bringing you in, you know, like that he is a New York product, you know, he is from here, you know, how are you processing, you know, just the people that are down, you know, just how do you receive that, being a legal, you know, a lawyer and a legal expert?
I come to this courthouse all the time. I'm down in this area all the time. The scene that you see today is unique, right? Hundreds of people gathered. I was walking from the subway over here to the courthouse, and you know, you got people with boombox playing Notorious B.I.G., playing Puff Daddy songs. There's definitely a large pop culture presence here. You feel it just walking off the subway in the surrounding blocks and the hundreds of people that are surrounded throughout the courthouse today. You definitely feel that presence. And you got signs, you've got a large gathering, you've obviously got this large press gathering. So you definitely feel the pop culture presence in what's happening inside that courtrum.
Yeah, Dan, but you weigh in, you know, I mean,
yep.
like,
We're going to have a comment from one of our YouTube viewers that we're going to put up on the screen here. And this is sort of in the opposite view of a lot of what we're seeing today. This is someone who's saying Diddy deserves everything coming to him. He needs to be put behind closed doors and bars for years. What about all the victims? Anyone saying free him needs to be put behind doors with him. And we know that there will be some of the victims here who will speak, or at least the letters have been submitted. How will that weigh on the judge? I mean, Mia, I believe, is one of the people who there was some legal wrangling about whether or not she was going to be able to speak, a woman who's testified under a pseudonym, but she will be able to speak today. Can you talk a little bit about that, Seth, sort of how that may weigh on the judge's decision?
You go, Seth.
Yeah, so, you know, the judge is going to hear from, as you said, Cassie and Mia, and we're unclear whether or not he's going to hear from Jane. But clearly it's going to be, you know, tearing at the judge's heartstrings, right? Saying this is how this person affected my life for decades and will affect my life moving forward forever. The trauma that I've gone through, the fact that I was victimized by this person who I loved again and again and again. You know, that's what the judge has to hear and consider in determining what is the just and proper sentence. But certainly,
well, Seth, also just when you talk about the victim statement, when you say victimized again and again, not just by him. I mean, you know, we learned that there were hired male escorts, you know, that were part of these drug-fueled sex marathons, you know, to which he has been, you know, accused of, you know, of doing. And Cassie Ventura is now a mother. You know, she's since become that. So and we also want to point out, Dan, just to acknowledge the comment that you just made. Not everyone down here is a supporter, and on the way up, can tell you a number of people, who, may have recognized a couple of us, like, he needs to be behind bars, he needs to stay, so we want to point out that not everybody that's gathered across the street, is here saying free Diddy, anything like that.
Yeah.
There are a number of those who saying no Diddy, to be perfectly honest with you.
And we know that, I believe, from what I've seen, and I actually watched the video this morning of Diddy, who will make an appeal to the judge through a video, like an 11-minute video that's going to be played in court today, essentially showing him as a community leader, as a father, with some of his children, different ages there. How unusual is that to be able to play a video in court? That seems like that never happens.
It happens in rare cases. I've done it before, but it happens in rare cases. Why the judge required the defense to share it with the prosecutors and the court last night. It was released late last night. It's unusual, but they're trying to humanize Diddy, right? The judge heard so many bad things about this person from multiple different people and didn't hear from him and didn't hear from any of his family. And what they're trying to do is give the judge another side of him. That's what the letters that were submitted in support of his sentencing memorandum do. But the video just takes it to another level of trying to get the judge a feeling for who else he is as a family man, as a loving member of his community, and give the judge something else to think about, not just the person that he heard about who was committing these awful acts that he heard during the trial.
I have one for you, sir. To what degree of envy, great or small, do you see yourself where you on, having to be in Judge Supermarion's shoes?
Look, it's tough shoes to be in, especially for someone who doesn't have as much experience as he does. But I'm sure he's going to, weigh all of the factors appropriately and find what he is the most comfortable with, the sentence that he feels is the most appropriate. We're not all going to agree on whether or not it's the appropriate sentence, right? As I said earlier, I think the government's ask is extreme in this case based on what he's been convicted of. But it's the judge who ultimately makes the decision and has complete discretion. And if the sentence is excessive, that's another avenue for Combs' legal team to appeal to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. But I wouldn't want to be in his shoes in a high-profile case like this when you don't have the experience and you haven't handled cases like this before. They're tough shoes to be in because you've got very divergent perspectives here from the victims and the government on one side and from the defense and Combs on the other. They could not be more different pictures of who he is and what happened here.
He's just going to have to dig his heels in, stand by his decision, and everyone else is just going to have to respond accordingly.
Yeah, that's why I think this sentencing hearing is not going to be so quick. I think this is going to take hours, if it's even completed today. Like I said earlier, there's been some rumblings that it may not be completed today. But yeah, he's gonna weigh all of those things and give it really hard thought, and I'm not envious of being in those
shoes.
Guys,
just,
the world is watching.
We just got an update. Wait, 1 second, Antoine, 1 second. We just did get an update. This is from the Associated Press 2 minutes ago. The U.S. attorney, one of the assistant U.S. attorneys, said Mia changed her mind about speaking in court after Combs' lawyers submitted a letter objecting to Mia's appearance. The letter, the prosecutor said, can only be described as bullying. The judge agreed, concluding that the tone of the defendant's letter was inappropriate and advising Combs' lawyer not to do it again. What do you make of that, Seth?
Well, I did read the letter that both the government had submitted and that Combs' lawyers had submitted. I know that Combs' lawyers took a very aggressive stance, saying that she testified under a pseudonym. They believe that she lied under oath, and they also believe that he wasn't convicted of any of the counts related to her. So they took a very aggressive stance in their letter that they submitted to the court. Obviously, the government took offense to it. She's now been persuaded, based on what you just relayed to us, that she's not going to be giving a statement today. So the government's obviously not happy about that. But, a warning not to do it again is, the case is going to be over today, right? So obviously the judge is siding with them, which is also not good for the defense because that may give an indication of where he's going to lie when it comes to sentencing. But at the end of the day, the defense feels very strongly about her role in this case, and I don't disagree with the defense's perspective of her role in this case. Obviously the judge doesn't like the way that they phrased their letter, but the end of the day, they're zealously advocating for their client, which is their ethical responsibility, and I'm not sure any lawyers would do it differently.
When you saw the letter last night, how did you process it? Were you surprised at the wording or shocked or anything?
I really wasn't. I mean, I knew the position that the defense has taken with regards to Mia's involvement in this case, the pseudonym, the argument that she had lied numerous times under oath.
Right.
So they just reiterated those points in a sentencing letter. It's just the world was watching, right? Because the docket's been watched very closely over the last couple of days, knowing the sentencing was going to be today. It was a very aggressive letter, but I don't think they did anything, they didn't violate any ethical responsibilities. In fact, I think they were just zealously advocating for their client, which is what a good defense lawyer does.
What about the Jane factor in this?
Jane has not come up on the docket this week as to whether or not she's going to be submitting a victim impact statement.
Right.
There was no letter from her attached to the government's submission. So I know there's been a lot of rumblings as to whether or not Jane is going to be showing up in the courtroom today to give a statement to the judge. I think we're all waiting to hear whether or not that's going to occur.
Now, let me ask you, wouldn't that have to be part of discovery, or wouldn't the witnesses list have to be shared with both sides? She couldn't be a surprise, right?
She could be, because she's what we call a statutory victim, right?
Okay.
So she's one of the victims who is accounts for the 2 convictions that he has, right? The Mann Act violations, the prostitution violations. So she has a right to make a statement to the court today. It'd be unusual for the government not to indicate it one way or another in the lead up to the sentencing. So it's certainly possible that they didn't know. Maybe she was on the fence, just like Mia, not wanting to make a statement today. Maybe they didn't know which way she was leaning. But it was unusual that she didn't submit a letter as part of the government submission. And so we'll see if she shows up today to make a statement.
Right. Dan, you have any other updates you can pass along to us? We want to let everyone know that Lisa is inside.
Okay.
Like that, and she can't have electronic devices. So.
Right. It is. Just want to reset. 10:42. We are live outside of the federal court building in Lower Manhattan. For anyone who's just sort of checking in on our newsroom live feed, as well as our YouTube channel, Sean Diddy Combs set to be sentenced in New York this morning following his conviction on 2 counts of transporting people for prostitution. A high-profile case, of course, that has drawn attention all around the world. He was convicted of 2 counts of transporting people for prostitution. He was let off on the more serious counts. He's still, though, facing up to 20 years in prison. Prosecutors want 11. His attorneys essentially want 14 months, essentially time served. So that's where we are right now. We just got another update in literally 58 seconds ago from our Newsroom Live team. The judge confirmed that Combs's children and a minister will be able to speak in support of the hip-hop mogul. The judge is considering whether he'll also hear from some other people the defense proposed. All of them have written letters to the court. I guess, Seth, what you were talking about, some people were hoping this might be over by noon, like we would get an answer before lunch or maybe right after lunch. But it seems like this could take all day. I mean, could it spill into Monday if everyone gets to say what they want to say?
I think that this is going to take multiple hours. I mean, a typical sentencing in the Southern District of New York maybe is about 2 hours. So this is obviously not your typical sentencing.
Right. No, it's
so
not.
I expect this to be multiple hours into the afternoon. And like I said, I've heard some rumblings this week is that there's a chance that it would spill over to Monday. Obviously we'll see how long everyone's presentations go. If his children and the Reverend are now speaking first up now, they'll be up there for a little bit. But I expect this to take multiple hours.
To what degree do you believe that will even be effective? I mean, we don't generally think of Sean Combs as someone who goes to church every Sunday, or being at home, doing homework, even though his kids are, adult age, but to what degree do you think that would be effective?
Look, it's important for the court to hear from his family, right? Those are his loved ones. They've been at the trial every day. They've been standing by his side. They obviously submitted letters on his behalf. You need to humanize him to the judge, right? As I said earlier, the judge has only heard terrible things about him throughout the course of the trial. And the children will humanize him as a father, as a loved member of the family, and the good that he's done in the community. And it's necessary to help the judge make the proper consideration in this case.
Antoine, we know
And
that
Dan, you did say he was dressed in
civilian
in regular
clothes. Yep.
business attire, casual business
casual,
attire.
a sweater,
You
white
say
shirt
how-
underneath, the sort of dress pants. I guess that was a decision the judge had to make within the last couple of days. They had to officially request that, and he did request it. The judge sort of gave the overview of how the day's going to go. First, they're going to go over the materials filed by the defense and the prosecution. He said he's read everything. He walked in, he had his suitcase that was full of manila folders, that suitcase he brings in every day. They said it was kind of overflowing, so he had all the letters that everyone had written, apparently, as a part of that. He thanked both sides before everything got started, and then that's when things really started to get underway. So that's sort of where things stand inside of the court as we are getting some of these updates from everyone involved. When you're looking around outside, I mean, we know that some of the people who were testifying during the case were out there. Maybe the individual they called the Punisher was one of the people. Have you seen any of those kind of people out there?
Yeah, the Punisher was here earlier, and Roy actually spoke to the Punisher. He got him to say, "What do you say, Roy?"
He basically said that he thinks Diddy should get time served, and that, you know, the crimes were
right
against him, where he was involved, you know. So, but he was more like he's served enough.
And the Punisher was the escort,
who's been here, and right, Punisher was one of the escorts, you know, that was there. Yeah, we all hearing that popping noise. Roy, what was his demeanor? Because he was
very calm. He was very cool. Like he was like matter of fact speaking. It was just like, yeah, he just said what he thought, and he didn't have ill will either way.
We had a question for you. Talk about covering high-profile cases like this, you know, from your perspective. I'm gonna stand you right there, Seth. No, don't you go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't.
You know,
I don't do this.
I know. But just tell us, Roy, because you've been out here. You were here every day,
just about
covering this.
Just about.
You know. Just what was that experience, Roy?
Awful. It was either raining hard, or it was really hot, and we sit out here all day waiting for them to come out of court. It's just it's awful.
It's interesting what he's talking about there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, because it was over the summer when it happened. It was a 2-month case, and so I mean, those news crews are there every single day.
Yeah.
You're waiting for people to come in and out.
Ended up hot and sunny and blistering.
You know, this is one of the beauties of the Newsroom
Roy
Live.
is back. He's with our team. Thanks, Roy, for that perspective. Had to bring him in because he literally got the Punisher maybe a half hour ago. You know, again, the Punisher is one of the alleged hired escort.
Right.
Well, he was a hired escort who, you know, is said to have participated, you know, in some of the marathons, sex marathons.
The freak-offs is what they called them, of course.
So I am just reading about...
Yes.
So Dan, I'm just reading about something that happened from inside the courtroom this morning, which is one of the things I wanted to focus on, waiting to hear from the judge. And in ruling on the objections from both the prosecutors and the defense had argued previously that acquitted conduct could not be considered as an enhancement. And the judge said he's going to consider overlapping conduct because it impacts the advisory guideline range. He said acquitted conduct can be considered. He cited another case, and he believes that he's going to be able to consider part of the acquitted conduct in coming up with his guideline range. That is something I was keeping a close eye on from a legal perspective, because I think that is ripe for appeal from the Combs team going to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals following this case. Because as I said, last year, the United States Sentencing Commission revised their guidelines and said acquitted conduct should not be considered unless it's intertwined with the convicted conduct. That's the prosecutor's argument here. I think the defense has a very good argument that it is not intertwined with the conduct for which he was convicted, the Mann Act, the transporting people across state lines for the purposes of prostitution.
Right.
So I think that is ripe for appeal as to whether or not the judge's calculation.
That seems like bad news for the defense.
So basically
that
laying
seems
the
like bad
groundwork.
news for the defense, right?
Well, it's good for the defense in terms of an appeal. It's
Right.
bad for the defense for today
Yeah,
in
that's
terms
what I
of
mean
what
for
the
today,
sentence
right,
will be.
right.
Right? Because he's basically taking the government's argument and agreeing with the government that he can consider acquitted conduct. That's not good for Combs.
And we do have another
But
YouTube
it
comment
does-
that we want to put up here. It's a pretty basic question. So everyone's sort of tuning in, we're watching, we're sort of going over the nuts and bolts of who's going to talk today, what's going to happen. And people are wondering if after it's over, whether it's later today or maybe even Monday, but after it's over, when does the sentencing happen? Will the judge take another 2 days to decide, or does he pretty much decide from the bench after everyone's sort of done what he's decided?
So it's almost always pronounced from the bench at the end of the hearing. It's very rare that they would reserve decision and issue it in a written order on Monday or Tuesday. So I would expect whenever the hearing concludes, the judge pronounces his sentence, and we all know when everyone's walking out of the courthouse what the sentence Combs received is.
And Seth, no matter what, with the charges that he was convicted of, does he have to register as a sex offender?
No.
Does not.
I do not believe so, no.
Okay.
Okay, unclear about that. But yeah, you said you don't think so. I mean, even with the prostitution-related charges, it's interesting there. And so when we talk about what the defense is going to try to focus on, if they do appeal, are they going to appeal no matter what? I mean, I guess if they get the 14 months, they probably won't appeal. But if they're getting the 6 or 7 years, you think they would appeal? And then where do they appeal to? Is it just the appellate court above this? Where would they appeal?
New York State Appellate, right?
No, so it's the federal.
Federal.
The Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is located the building behind where we are. It's on Foley Square. They would appeal to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. That is the federal appellate court that oversees the Southern District of New York, and the only court higher than that is the U.S. Supreme Court.
Right.
So there's 3 levels of federal court.
Do you see it getting to that level?
I would expect to see an appeal no matter what, because this conviction is pretty unique. They do have some constitutional statutory arguments that lay a foundation for the appeal, which his lawyers already laid out in their motion practice before the judge in trying to get the conviction overturned. So I would expect to see an appeal regardless of the sentence that he receives. And like I said, I believe that some of the things that have already happened in the courtroom may lay a further groundwork for the appeal.
Right.
And one of the things they argued in their motion was that the spillover prejudice of the acquitted conduct affected the jury, and the jury would never have heard it if he would only had been charged with the Mann Act violations. I'm not sure that that's a winning argument on the appeal, but it's certainly an argument that you can make.
As I said, I think you're probably familiar with it. I don't know how many clients you have down there, but where he is in custody, in federal custody, over in Brooklyn, I mean, there are some high-profile people who he is in custody with. I mean, this is Sam Bankman-Fried, the cryptocurrency case. At some point, the Luigi Mangione is there as well. I mean, is he still there? Is he still in that same federal lockup in Brooklyn where some of these other high-profile people have been?
Absolutely, yeah. And in fact, he got letters of support from some of those other high-profile individuals because of of the programs that he's reportedly been running from the prison. But yeah, he's still at the MDC, and the MDC is a facility where you're held awaiting trial and awaiting sentence. So he won't stay at the MDC for much more time after his sentence is pronounced. And once the Bureau of Prisons designates a facility for him to serve his sentence, if there is an additional sentence for him to serve, he'll probably leave the MDC in the next couple of weeks. But he's absolutely still at the MDC. That is where Luigi Mangione is currently housed. That's where the Alexander brothers are currently housed. It's where Bankman-Fried was previously housed before he was moved out for his sentence. There's plenty of high-profile defendants who are still currently housed at the MDC.
And just to let our viewers know, that's the Metropolitan Detention Complex.
And that's located
in Brooklyn. So when we're saying MDC, that's what that's referencing.
And it's one of the most notorious prisons.
Yes.
The conditions are not good. I've obviously been there way too frequently. It's a place that some other judges have given people additional credit for the time served for having served at that facility, because it is such a brutal facility to serve your time.
Epstein was
is it
Epstein
that
was
happens?
actually at the MCC. Which is right
MCC,
here.
okay.
Yeah, that
one,
facility
okay.
is now closed because of the conditions that were there after Epstein's suicide.
And
that
subsequently,
was right
right.
here, the MCC. That's no longer open.
Either way, that's
Luigi,
the place
yeah, we
where
mentioned him.
that's the place where Diddy says he has been reborn. He said he's been sober while he's been there. No matter what the conditions are, it's the place that he humbly does not want to go back to. And let's say he does get the 5 years, 5-7 years. Let's say something in that range. He's not necessarily going to end up in New York, right? I mean, if he's sentenced to federal prison, he could go. That's obviously all across the country.
Anywhere
he
in the
sort
country.
of go anywhere, right? I mean, what would typically happen in a case like this?
Correct. So the Bureau of Prisons is the federal bureau that gets to designate and gets to house him. They run all of the federal prisons throughout the country, and he will be designated to a location based on the security level that he's deemed, and where they have open beds. The defense is able to make requests based on being close to family. Obviously, a lot of Diddy's family is not in New York currently, right? I think his kids reside in California. I know his mansion where he wanted to be out on bail is in Miami.
Yeah, Florida.
So I don't know what they consider to be his home base these days, but the defense does get to make a request that he could be close to his family, and the Bureau of Prisons is supposed to consider that so that it is not too much of a hardship on the family.
I just want to look over my shoulder just to keep our eye, Dan, hold on 1 second, just to see. Got a couple of signs there. Dan Foley, our other colleague who's down here, he won't be able to zoom into that just because of the spacing that we have here with the other media there, but we are starting to see a little bit more signs. To be perfectly honest with you, Dan, as for the number of people that are down here, and we know this could possibly grow, I was actually expecting a little bit more, to be honest, particularly like what happened the day the verdict came down.
Yeah, I mean, I still thought it was pretty chaotic walking to the courthouse today.
It was.
Yeah, there were hundreds of supporters.
Remember, they
out
were
there.
all in the street, back in July.
I think the NYPD and the Marshal Service, they've gotten this on lockdown for the moment. I did see someone getting arrested on my way over here.
They blocked the. Normally we can walk around the back of the courthouse, but they blocked that off. The side entrance. They established a pit. For the media crews to be there, but everyone else has to go around and then come up. This way, and then enter at Baxter. So yeah, that's just part of the lay of the land.
There's definitely a few hundred people out here, but we'll see if that grows over time. No one knows how long the sentencing is actually going to last. So we'll see over time whether or not the amount of people outside the courthouse grows. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you guys very much. Go ahead, Antoine. Were you gonna add one other thing?
Well, no, I was just when we were talking about perspectives again. I remember when R. Kelly, you remember that was in Brooklyn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course.
When that happened, and I was covering that one, and it was raining. Going to Roy's point, it was raining, it was cold, but the people were still out there. Those who were his supporters, again, those who were not in support of him. So that one was a little bit more animated, if you will, and in a much smaller area, where that courtroom, that's Eastern District. Yeah, Eastern District, courtroom over there in Brooklyn, Dan. So a different perspective, the same feel, and then given, similarly cousins, if you will, of the charges.
Guys, two things we want to get to because people are watching. We are live, a newsroom live. We're live on our YouTube channel. Two things I want to get to. The first thing is a question that we had just a minute ago from one of our YouTube viewers. That question is essentially what you were talking about before, Seth. And I just want to point out, Seth Zuckerman, former prosecutor, thank you so much for joining us, offering some of your legal expertise on this matter. But the question is, why should anything he was not found guilty of even matter during his sentence? And I think that's exactly what you were sort of discussing earlier, right? The big decision from the judge to this morning?
Yeah, that's a great question. The government's argument as to why it should be considered is that it's intertwined with the conduct for which he was convicted. Now, obviously, there was a lot of evidence at this trial that was presented, a lot of very damaging evidence, some of which the defense admitted he did. They admitted that he had committed domestic violence, that he had committed assault, that he was a bad boyfriend, that he was an adulterer. The jury heard a lot of that evidence. Now it's for the judge to pronounce a sentence. And in coming up with his sentence, the first thing he needs to do is come up with an advisory sentencing guideline calculation. And it's basically like a number system in which the judge has to come up with a point system for how many points should be attributed to Combs. And there are all of these enhancement factors that could add 2, 3, 4 points to his sentence, and that's what the government is arguing should be added, and that's what the defense is arguing should not be considered. So what I read from inside the courtroom a little while ago is that the judge said he's going to be able to add that to his sentencing guidelines.
And that's very
and that he agreed with the government's argument in that he heard some of the violence and some of the coercion. And, you know, you could take that into consideration of other things that the person has done in pronouncing the sentence. And the judge said, okay, I think legally I'm allowed to consider that. Now, I completely agree with what the viewer is saying in that, you know, it makes sense from a common sense perspective that, well, he was acquitted of this, they shouldn't be allowed to take it into consideration. The other argument there is the burden is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
And the judge doesn't need to find a factor beyond a reasonable doubt in order to take it into consideration. So the flip side of the coin is to say, well, what if he wasn't charged with that to begin with, right? Then can the court take it into consideration? And the answer generally is yes. So the fact that he was charged and acquitted should mean that they can't take it into consideration, and the United States Sentencing Commission is trying to advocate for defendants that the acquitted conduct cannot be used against them. But unfortunately, it sounds like the judge has ruled with the government and that he's going to be able to take into consideration some of the other things that he heard in coming up with the sentencing guideline calculation here.
Roy and Dan are trying to move me closer into the frame. Move back. Okay. All right. But before, just to hang on, Dan, but just to tail into that, the prosecution is asking for no less than 135 months, which is basically 11 years and 3 months. And then defense wants no more than 14 months, you know, but figuring in a year that's already been served basically means that he could be out by the end of the year.
Yeah, even sooner than that. But yeah, I mean, they're basically asking for a time-served sentence.
Right.
And the government is asking for a little bit more than 11 years. And as I said, you know, the Department of Probation has recommended a sentence that's a little bit under 6. I think it's like 5 3/4 to something that's a little bit over 7. So we'll see where it plays out.
And the max for each of those 2 charges that he was found guilty of is 10 years.
10 years, and the judge
he could just go say 20 and be done.
He could run it consecutive and say 20. That's the maximum that he could receive. I find that to be unlikely, but it's certainly possible.
I'm so happy that Antoine, you hit that key point there about the difference in the sentencing, because it's 11:02. So just want to time check. We've been on our Newsroom Live feed here for more than an hour. We thank all our viewers. Seth Zuckerman, we thank as well for joining us, offering that legal expertise. Before we wrap up, there is one thing that I wanted to get to here. Go ahead, Antoine. Yep.
Dad, one second. Becky Cook, our
yeah, that's what I was just about to ask you about the cameras, right?
Oh, that's what you're about to, okay. Yeah, about the cameras.
Because we are getting a lot of those comments.
I had a chance to check my phone, and she's been texting me.
We are getting those comments a lot from our viewers. And why aren't there cameras in the courtroom?
I'll walk it through.
Go ahead. Yep.
I'll explain. So what happens is that I'm going to get Seth, you step 1 sec back. Right there. Danny, can you just show the front of the door a little bit, if you will? So what happens is, now the door that we enter in, as far as the anyone who's entering that's a non-court employee, is just to the right. If you're looking at the door that you're seeing right now, you can't see it from this angle, so just give you that is right around the corner from the one you're looking at, which is the main entrance that the attorneys, judge, court personnel go through. So once we go through that process, we have to get screened by security detail. They go through that with us, and then we show our press IDs. You know, I'm just relating it from our perspective. You know, and then once we go through the scanner and all of that, we're given basically like a poker chip, you know, to then go. You take that, there are more court officers that are there, and that's when you hand them your device. And in this day and age, it's not just phones. They actually are taking the earbuds, you know, in some cases, because they can also be, some of them are fancy now recording, you know, so the court actually take into consideration the advancement in technology, if you will, of even things like this. And we surrender those because in federal court, there are no phones allowed in. You can take your laptop, you know, so that's how some of the notes are coming out, you know, that you can do that. And generally, like old school, you know, journalists like have always tried to follow in that line, I always just take my legal pad and a pen with me. I just take notes longhand, like that. But no phones are allowed in there, which means that you can't take pictures and things like that. This is federal court. Now, at the local level, it's entirely up to the discretion of the courtroom. The judge can say yes, say no. We submit paperwork for that. But that's why I mentioned earlier about no phones being allowed, because we have to surrender our devices. And Dan, you know this very well. Becky Cook, our assignment desk, Kasdan, Miyoabe, whoever, Imad, our news director, when they text us, we won't get it until we get out of the courtroom. Sure. And then you have to stand in that line with the attorneys and with whomever else is there, the sketch artists, and it's only usually two officers that are there that have to try to facilitate this. You give them that poker chip, if you will, with the number on it, and that's where you get your slot back. It's the exact same way over at the Eastern Courthouse over in Brooklyn, and this is Southern here, but that's why there are no devices allowed in federal court.
There's one advantage if you're an attorney, is that you actually can apply for a pass that allows you to keep your phone when you go into the courthouse, and that's a luxury that some attorneys get. But as Anton said, any other guest of any other member of the public does have to check their phone and get a valet ticket and get it back when they leave.
Yep.
And that's why, exactly. That's why the updates that we get are far and few between. We get them from the Associated Press when they're inside there. It's also why we get those great sketches, because there's no cameras in the courtroom or courthouse, so you have to sort of rely on the sketch artists who are in there to sort of bring you the information about what's happening. And so
Jane Rosenberg.
Yes, Jane Rosenberg, of course, is the famed one down there at the federal court.
Absolutely.
Seth, as we wrap up, any thoughts, I guess, on what you've seen so far in this first hour? It seems like we're going to be here a while.
Yeah, what I'm reading that just came out at 11:02 is that the judge said that he finds that the offense level is 27, which is much higher than the defense had asked for, an offense level of 14.
What does that mean? Offense level is 27.
What that means is the guideline sentence is 70 to 87 months, which is exactly what the Department of Probation recommended. So that means in order for the judge to pronounce a sentence less than that, he will have to do a downward departure from the sentencing guideline range. And what it really means is it's not a great start for Combs, because the judge finds that the initial guideline range is higher than what the defense argued.
So does that mean, is that common at the beginning of these proceedings, that the judge kind of says, hey, look, here's where I'm at, try to sway me one way or the other?
Well, he's not saying where he's at. The judge is required at the beginning of every sentencing proceeding to do a sentencing guideline calculation, because the sentencing guideline calculation is what the defendant can appeal later on to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. So before pronouncing a sentence, the beginning of every sentencing hearing in federal court, the judge does a guideline calculation. He hears what the defense argued, he hears what the prosecutors argued, he sees what the Department of Probation has recommended. And so it's not uncommon for them to make this initial calculation because they're required to do so. And then they need to apply what we call the 3553A factors in then determining what the just sentence is. But hearing what the judge just said is that I agree with the Department of Probation that this is the guideline range, 70 to 87. That's much higher than what the defense argued what the guideline range was.
So if you are a prosecutor at that table and this comes out, how do you process that?
The prosecutors are probably happier with what the judge said is what he finds to be the guideline range at this point. Obviously,
certainly not what they are looking for, but they should be. The judge can go either way.
Correct, but this is without, Anton, this is without the enhancements, right?
Right.
So he could apply additional enhancements for violence, for other things that he finds that may get us to where the government's range was. But this is just his initial agreement that this is the base offense level, and I agree with the Department of Probation, which corresponds with this guideline.
And we'll go from here.
We'll go from here, but it's not a great start for Combs and his team.
You know, for federal prosecutors, obviously during this, the defense had criticized them all along the way to say, hey, you're overstepping. This is someone who you may not agree with his lifestyle, but it doesn't make him a RICO criminal. It doesn't make him the head of this criminal organization that's trafficking women all over the place. So in a sense, they need a strong conviction today to almost justify everything that's happened and all the circus that's been surrounding this over the last more than a year and a half now since some of the initial things sort of got started. I mean, they need this conviction to be significant.
Yeah, I mean, look, the government has spent millions and millions of dollars on this prosecution. They've spent years on this. They filed very aggressive public charges against Combs, charges that couldn't stick once the jury evaluated all of that. Yeah, they want a significant sentence, but this was still a loss for the government at this point, the fact that he was acquitted of the RICO conspiracy and acquitted of the sex trafficking.
Which a lot of people thought running a criminal organization empire was an overreach anyway.
It clearly was, and the jury agreed with that.
All right, guys, it is 11:09. We've been on our newsroom live feed for more than an hour. Just as we wrap up, Seth, I know you asked you a second ago, but you keep getting the updates. I don't know where your phone is plugged into, but you keep getting those updates there. Any last thoughts? Any last thoughts as we sort of wrap up here this morning?
Well, I mean, I think, based on the information I just relayed, it's not looking as positive for Combs as I thought going into today. I had indicated earlier I was really looking to see whether the judge was going to consider any of the acquitted conduct, and he came in pretty early on and he said, I think I can consider some of the acquitted conduct in pronouncing my sentence. So, my thoughts are to continue to see how much he references the acquitted conduct, because as I said, that will be further avenues for appeal for the defense as this day proceeds. But I still stand by that. I think he's going to tether his sentence to the Department of Probation's recommendation somewhere near that range and less than what the government's asking for. But
and again, share the range, Seth.
The range is 70 to 87 months, so that's 5 3/4 years to a little bit over 7 years. And so I think he may come in somewhere around that, which is clearly going to be a loss for the defense as they're asking for, in essence, time served.
And before you go, Dan, just to let everyone know that I will be here. I will be outside. So the minute that we, get information, share it to us, and we will again be bringing everybody updates on Newsroom Live. And Lisa Evers again is inside. At some point, she'll be able to come out and she'll be able to join us, and then she can add a little bit more perspective since she was in the courtroom, having heard the statements, having watched the video, having listened to both sides, and then the body language, which is also telling, in
Sure
this.
is.
So we'll be able to bring you that essence and that flavor as well.
All right, Antoine, Seth Zuckerman, former prosecutor, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick commercial break on Fox Local Newsroom Live. If you are watching YouTube, we are going to keep the cameras up and running. We know a lot of people like to watch those streams, and so they're not going anywhere. We'll be up all day. Thank you, gentlemen.
Really? Oh, so you raised a good boy. You know how many years I have been hearing that? Wait, not years, decades. Decades. No. I don't think the Mets fans will go up as much shit as the Yankees. They're like, they got it.
Judge Subramanian made, I would be a little bit surprised if he did, right? So ultimately, if he walks out today, even in light of what has been said, it'll be a little bit surprising simply because if he's going to consider the acquitted conduct, and if he said that he isn't remorseful, but then nevertheless is going to give him a sentence, say, of a year or a year and a half, something that he could walk out today, it would simply be surprising.
Okay, one second, we'll just swap out our mic. We have a mic issue here, but we're going to keep right on rolling. We also know, in addition to Combs speaking, the court will also be hearing from his pastor, as well as his children, as well as Cassie Ventura and possibly Jane. But there's still no word. She, is just identified in court records as Jane in that regards. Can you talk a little bit about the impact statements weigh on days and decisions like this?
I mean, what I can tell you in 15 years of practice at this point, Antoine, the judges read every single letter, and Judge Subramanian is a very meticulous judge, coming from a very progressive background of ACLU. So he's very much so a litigator in his prior past, but as a judge, he's very careful in his consideration. So to the extent that you have those impact statements, to the extent that you have Ms. Ventura and some of the other witnesses coming in to testify about some of the violence they experienced, it's not something that he's not going to consider or that he's just going to read over. He's going to take it very much so seriously, and ultimately it's going to, when the decision is rendered in terms of what the sentence is, I can guarantee you whatever ultimately they said, it will have an impact one way or the other.
We also know that also making statements, will be just those who have interest, if you would, just to try to present a different side, because a lot of the testimony that came out, during the trial back in July, it was 8 weeks, it wrapped up in July, but a lot of the statements were damning, if you will. So hearing from the family and the church, how does the judge process that? What's the purpose of having those persons speak?
Well, federal sentencing very much so takes into account the history and characteristics of the specific individual defendant. And so to the extent that you can have people come in and vouch and corroborate for the good characteristics of that defendant, by law, Congress mandates that the judge has to take that into account, and that can be a mitigating circumstance depending on how much weight the judge puts on their commentary as opposed to the victims and impact statements that are coming from the government.
We know that Attorney Gloria Allred, has been representing at least one of the accusers in this matter, and one of the persons also on their way into court today to testify in this earlier, but is here today, is one of the persons who said that he participated. He's a hired male escort known as the Punisher. We actually get a chance to hear from both of them on their way into court. Take a listen to what they say, and then we're going to continue our conversation with Philip Hamilton. Today, you just react to what you just heard,
I mean, in many respects, the commentary that we did just hear from Allred, just with respect to a lot of the victim statements, they want to see Mr. Combs doing no less than 10 years. I don't necessarily think that that is going to be the case, because at the end of the day, what we do need to remember is that he was acquitted of much of the substantive conduct with respect to the RICO charges,
right,
and also in regards to the sex trafficking, right? That's when you were talking about minimum 15-year sentences or
life in prison.
To life in prison, all the way through at least like minimums of 10 years or the like. So where we stand now is, again, I'm a little sketchy as to whether or not he's walking out today, but I am hearing all of the impact statements. I'm hearing where the court is potentially coming from. Clearly, we sat through this trial for months, so we know a lot of the serious accusations and the serious conduct. And, I think at the end of the day, if he walks out of here, it's a little bit surprising, but I don't know necessarily if we're seeing him do 10 years or more.
Philip, just knowing that the judge has already established his thoughts on remorse, and he's saying that Combs has shown a lack thereof. If Diddy's allowed, when he takes the stand, what does he need to say to even try to break through a judge who's already established, I don't feel that you've shown any remorse?
When I'm in these situations with clients, what I like to do is actually take the focus off of them and put it on to the alleged victims, right? And even if ultimately Mr. Combs doesn't believe that he committed any negative or nefarious conduct as against these women, at the end of the day in this courtroom, he needs to acknowledge some sort of responsibility. He needs to acknowledge some sort of remorse. And that is essentially what Judge Subramanian is signaling to him. That if I do not hear that, you may have more problems than those which I'm already potentially prepared to give to you. So we're going to see if he's able to do that, make it less about him, make it about the victims. That's probably the only way he can help himself at this point.
Criminal defense attorney Philip Hamilton, thank you so much for being with us. Stay right there. That is the very latest that we have from down here, Natasha, just to let everyone know how our coverage is playing out. I'm on the outside of the courtroom. Our Lisa Evers is on the inside. So, once this is going on, you cannot leave, basically. Once you're in, you're in. And so that's how we're playing this out right here. And we have all of the exits and entrances covered. So this is the very latest from Lower Manhattan, where we are at this hour. We'll now send things back inside to you.
promise. I don't know. I just booked him. We just booked him. We're doing this every night. You're the lady out of
So you gonna arrest a man because he say he gonna shoot Diddy? I mean, how you gonna arrest a man because he say he gonna shoot Diddy?
Ain't nobody said that.
Exactly.
Yo, your friend Candy came back and called police again.
Candy?
Yeah.
Hold on, man. You guys want to take Candy and arrest?
Right there.
She's a bitch. I can't
You
stand
gonna
her.
arrest the girl with Candy?
That's crazy. And she pushed people. She's violent. Candy's violent.
She's no better than that, man.
She's violent.
It's Candy, though, man. That's bullshit, man. Candy, man. That's bullshit, man. Candy, man.
Back it up.
Yeah, it's bullshit, man. Yeah, man. It's bullshit, man. Candy, are you serious? Candy got police on you right now. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's Candy, man. How you gonna arrest a man, Candy?
She's a bitch, man.
Back it up! Back it up!
Where the fuck is your
bullshit, man.
bag?
Back it up! Bullshit!
Right here.
How you say Candy, man?
Back it up. All right.
How you say Candy, man? How you arrest on Candy?
Don't touch me. Yes.
How you gonna arrest a girl on Candy, though, man?
On the sidewalk.
Wait, it don't make no sense, dude. No, man, arrest me too. Arrest me too,
On the
man.
sidewalk.
Arrest me too, man. That's bullshit right there, man.
Sidewalk.
No, arrest me too.
Sidewalk.
Arrest me too, man.
Nah,
That's bullshit right there, man.
Come on, bro.
That's bullshit right there, man.
On the sidewalk.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man, that's bullshit, man. Candy, man.
Listen.
And she violent as fuck. She been
Come on, man.
I don't know who Candy is.
Candy called police on you. She called police 4 times and shot Diddy come back.
Who that is?
You don't know the girl called Candy?
She assaulted me. Should I get her arrested? She pushed me the
Are you
last
serious,
time.
man?
Yeah, I'm serious. I don't know who Candy is.
You know who Candy is?
I just showed
She
up here.
pushed me. Should I get her arrested? She pushed
All
me
I'm
the last
asking
time.
you,
man.
please, for
Come
your
on, man.
safety, on the sidewalk. That's it. Just you can do the same. From here, you're fine. There, it's a problem. Just stay on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
That's
but you
all
don't
I'm
know who
asking
Candy is? You don't know who Candy is?
What's your badge number? What? 221.
Free him.
So who called police then? Who called police?
You can say I actually stay on the sidewalk. That's all I'm
But
asking
who
you.
called
I'm
police,
not
man?
looking for a problem.
You know what Candy? You know who Candy is, right?
What?
You know who Candy is. I can show you who Candy is.
Bro, me and you got a good relationship.
I know, man, but bro,
I never-
that man should be free, man.
I'm
That
always
man
not-
ain't got
I'm
no
always-
problem.
I'm always
I
nice
agree with
to you, right?
No, you're right.
Right?
And
I always
I'm
respect
standing
you.
Here.
I
I'm
know.
standing here. But I'm saying, look, that man should not go to
I know.
jail because Candy, if you know who Candy is, you tell that man to get out of the car right now, man.
But that's for those guys to investigate, right? Me and you, we're staying here. All I'm asking is for my cameras, just stay on the sidewalk. That's it. Stay on the sidewalk. That's
Man,
all I'm asking you. That's
no,
all.
no, because I mean, you're not
I
there
respect
yet. I mean,
every one of you and what
you're
you
not
do.
yet.
Just stay on the sidewalk.
But that right there, that's bullshit.
Because
though,
if
man.
you're in
You
the sidewalk, if you're in the street, you can't make that turn. That's all I'm saying. He can't make that turn. Somebody's gonna wind up getting hurt. I don't want that. You know?
He's talking about Candy. Yeah, he's talking about Candy.
Fuck that
She
bitch.
lying, man.
But she pushed me. The last time she said she was pushing people.
She?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Candy, man, look, man, look.
She's supposed to get arrested too. She's supposed to get arrested too.
She was the one who pushed him first.
Yes, she pushed. I know. I saw a woman. She pushed me and then she was.
But it doesn't matter whether it's video or not. Doesn't matter, bro.
She fighted, yeah.
Who?
She fight people. She's getting someone arrested. That's crazy.
Oh, that guy right there.
No, she fights people. I saw her reading with the last time she's there. She was pushing people. And she was some random white bitch out of nowhere.
You
She's
can
getting
cross.
people arrested.
You taking pictures?
She's supposed to get arrested.
Yeah, that's all.
What am I going to jail now, bro? What am I going to jail now? What am I going to jail for? They not.
We see her out. She fights
Yeah, they don't supposed to be here.
She
They don't supposed to be over
fights
here.
people. She fights me. She puts
I live in New York City.
Listen, you're gonna arrest her? Arrest her too? Does she wait?
I would just suppose that
That's what I heard. But then also,
like he said that.
Who, me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, thank you for those of you watching us on our Fox 5 YouTube channel. Thank you for continuing to watch our coverage today of the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs. This started at 10:15 this morning. It is still going on. He has not been sentenced yet. And also for watching our coverage streaming here on our Fox Local app. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Antoine. You and lawyer.
Hi,
criminal
Linda.
defense lawyer.
Mic
Hey,
check
bud.
3, 2, 1. Mic check 3, 2, 1.
I got you. I got you. You got me?
Okay, cool.
And welcome everyone to Newsroom Live, which you are watching here on your Fox Local app. It's 1:02, and we have been covering the sentencing today for Sean Diddy Combs. And also thank you to all of you folks who have been watching our YouTube channel since we started covering this event today, starting at about 10 o'clock this morning. And this is going to be continuing for quite some time. You know, going into this sentencing, some experts predicted it was going to take a couple of hours. Some saying much longer than that. Well, we are quickly approaching the 3-hour mark. Prosecutors spoke this morning. The judge made some significant comments in court today. And then now the defense has spoken, and on speaking right now inside the court, and this is federal court in Lower Manhattan, for the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs. His children are now talking about him. So thank you for continuing to watch us, and we are going to be talking to you folks for quite some time about what's going on right now. I'm Linda Schmidt here with Fox 5 News, and joining me is going to be my colleague Antoine Lewis. He has been outside the courthouse there in Lower Manhattan all morning long. He also has an expert with him today. We're going to be talking with both of them, a criminal defense lawyer by the name of Philip Hamilton. But a couple of things that really jumped out at me today. First of all, the length of time that this is taking, number one. And number two, the judge made two comments. One, he said that, referring to Sean Diddy Combs, he says, while he has expressed remorse for some things, he has not expressed remorse for what he has been convicted of, which is transporting two people for the purpose of engaging in prostitution. Those two people are two of his former girlfriends, one of them Cassie Ventura. You remember her, she was the one that he was seen brutally beating, and that hotel video that really shocked the country, the world, anybody seeing that video. And that was played over and over again during his 8-week trial. So the fact that the judge is saying that he is not showing remorse for what he has been convicted of, experts say is not a good sign when it comes to sentencing for him. The other thing here, the judge saying that he doesn't see any reason to deviate from guidelines that have been suggested or recommended by the probation department. Now let me just break this down for you here real quick. First of all, the defense, Combs' defense thinks that he should be sentenced to 14 months. Now he's been in prison for 1 year already, which would mean if he got 14 months, he would be credited with time served, and he would be out of prison before the end of the year, so by the end of December. That's what the defense wants. Prosecutors want him to be sentenced to no less than 11 years and 3 months. Now, the probation department, their sentencing guidelines, their recommendations to the judge would be sentencing him to just under 6 years or to just over 7 years. And the judge saying today very clearly in court, he sees no reason to deviate from what the probation department is recommending, what those guidelines are. So two signals here from the judge already today that do not seem to fall into Sean Diddy Combs' favor. I want to bring in my colleague right now, Antoine Lewis. Antoine, can you hear me out there?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Linda.
Good afternoon, Antoine. Hey, do me a favor. Can you bring in the criminal defense attorney, Philip Hamilton? Because I would really like him to be able to address the issues of what I was just talking about, where the judge sees no reason to deviate from what the probation department is recommending.
We can, and absolutely, it'll be Seth Zuckerman joining us, and he actually has my other earbud, so he's been listening to everything that you've been saying. So if you have a question for him, you can ask him directly, but let's let you know what's going on right now, Linda. His children, Combs' children, are on the stand, and they're trying to paint a softer picture as the defense has had its chance to do such and to speak and address the court. Because all of the testimony when the trial was underway this summer, ending after 8 weeks in July, all of that testimony was particularly damning. So now that you have the children on the stand trying to weigh in, how much of an impact will that weigh? And then we'll take Ms. Schmidt's question also about the remorse that the judge felt that Combs didn't show.
I certainly think it weighs an impact. The judge was even very thankful after the children spoke that he had the opportunity to hear from the children. They're able to get in there and humanize Combs, right? the judge heard throughout the course of the trial all of these terrible things that he's done over the course of the decades that he's accused of doing by all of these alleged victims. And he hadn't gotten to hear from Combs himself. He hadn't heard from his family. He hadn't heard from the people in the community who know Combs best. And this was the first opportunity the judge had to hear from his family. And the judge was very thankful that he had the opportunity to hear from them.
In regards to the judge saying that, and Linda's question about having not shown any remorse for the two violations of the Mann Act, which is transportation to engage in prostitution, correct? And so how does that figure into all of this?
I mean, it's really complicated for Combs because he's maintaining his innocence. So it's really hard for him to apologize for something he believes he didn't do. He intends to appeal the conviction. He believes the convictions are unconstitutional, as his lawyers have laid out in their sentencing memorandums. So it's really hard for him to get up there and apologize for things that he believes he didn't commit. He has obviously apologized for the bad acts in terms involving Cassie, the domestic violence, the assault, and he's got up there and he's expressed his remorse both in his letter. His attorneys have done that on his behalf. But, you know, the judge is asking to see remorse and to see regret for the convictions. It's really hard for him to do because his lawyers have told him to maintain his innocence because he intends to appeal.
We know that his pastor is also supposed to be one of the persons that's going to speak.
Yeah.
And, I mean, are we really is the judge supposed to accept the fact that this is coming from someone who's going to say, yes, this man was possibly in church every Sunday? Because that's not the image, by no stretch of the imagination, as a public person having watched his career, that I would associate him with.
Yeah, it's not about being in church every Sunday. It's someone, again, who could humanize him, who knows him in a different context other than the allegations that have been put forth here. The family, the pastor, all of that is a way for the judge to hear a different side of Combs so he can take in other factors into consideration in coming up with a just sentence for this case.
If he takes the stand, or when he takes the stand, because Combs is, Linda, as I know you know, and we want to make sure everyone else knows, Combs is supposed to speak, knowing that the judge has already said and established that Judge Subramanian feels that no remorse has been shown for these two acts that he was found guilty of. What can Combs possibly say to try to address this cloud that began basically not very long after the hearing got underway?
So there's really two ways he could go about it. So he could, A, deviate from his planned statement and express remorse and regret for the actions in which he's convicted in order to satisfy the judge's curiosity, and they could do that by speaking to his attorneys, or he could stick with the game plan, which is to express remorse in general for the actions that led to him being here in court and led to his convictions without admitting his guilt as to the charged and convicted acts, because those would affect his appellate rights and his avenues for appeal if he does admit his guilt.
Now, the Department of Probation has suggested somewhere just under 6. Yeah, go ahead, Linda.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay in me talking and you being able to hear me and vice versa. But I just, real quickly, because we have viewers asking us questions, you know, as we're live here. And they want to know, one of the big questions here, how long is this sentencing procedure? How long is this going to take? Because it started about 10 o'clock this morning, or 10:15. We're going on 3 hours, and people are still speaking in court, and we haven't even heard from Sean Combs yet. So, Seth, how long, what is your prediction? I know you don't have a crystal ball, but what does experience tell you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a couple of more hours, Linda. You know,
possibly Monday.
Possibly even not conclude today. I mean, we were talking about this earlier on air, that there were rumors throughout the week that this may not conclude today. I'm still hopeful and optimistic that the judge will wrap this up today. But as you noted, you know, the alleged victims haven't spoken yet. Combs hasn't spoken yet. Only 2 of his 4 attorneys who were planned to speak have spoken so far. So we're looking at least a couple more hours of this sentencing hearing before the judge pronounces his sentence.
Have you ever seen this happen before? Is this typical or atypical?
I would say your typical case in the Southern District of New York has a sentencing proceeding that takes maybe about 2 hours or so, but this is obviously an atypical case with very unique facts, and there are a lot of parties that want to be heard from before the judge pronounces the sentence.
it's not typical for 4 lawyers to speak on behalf of the defendant. It's not typical for this many victims to speak on behalf of the government. But there's a lot that needs to be said. There's a lot that's been covered. It's a very voluminous case, and the set of facts go back for decades. So I'm not surprised. Coming in here this morning, I was not surprised to hear that this is going to go into the middle of or late in the afternoon today.
And we also want to thank whoever the viewer was that raised that question, because it's a very good question. There is no time frame, and it's entirely up to the judge to determine how long this will go and how much time is being given. But we want to make sure we point that out and thank that viewer also who asked that question.
Yeah, we have another viewer here asking a question. They want us to go over exactly what the charges are that he is being sentenced for. Now, he was acquitted of the more serious RICO charges during his trial. What he was convicted of was 2 counts of transporting people to engage in prostitution, meaning he transported 2 former girlfriends, one of them Cassie Ventura, across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. That's what he was convicted of. Each one of those counts, it's 2 counts, each one of those counts carries a maximum of a 10-year prison sentence.
Maximum of 10 years.
Right, and normally people do not even get anything close to that. Is that right, Seth, for that conviction?
That is 100% right. And in fact, the defense has cited the averages for convictions under the Mann Act, that's the Prostitution Act, where it's much, much lower. It's somewhere in the range of 8 to 16 months, your typical sentence under the Mann Act. Now, there's obviously aggravating factors here, and those will put us close to the guidelines that probation has recommended, but that doesn't put us anywhere close to what the government is asking for, the 11 years, the 135 months that they're asking for.
So then when we talk, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is suggesting, just to tail end off of what Seth was just saying, probation is saying something just under 6 years is their recommendation, or just over 7 is what they are suggesting. And generally, Seth, help me out, generally when you're talking about the Mann Act, doesn't it generally involve like a brothel or some sort of house where this type of activity occurs?
Yeah, I mean, it's usually commercial prostitution, right? Where the alleged person, the pimp, so to speak, has made money off of this. And that's what Combs' attorneys have tried to do, which is differentiate this case from other Mann Act cases where the sentences were higher. This morning they were pointing out that there were cases that involved millions of dollars of commercial gains from Mann Act violations in which sentences were higher than what Combs are asking for.
And his defense lawyers, though, also making that point.
Comes down on a non-commercial case.
Okay, I'm sorry, Seth, for interrupting you, but his defense lawyers also saying in court today that he hasn't made a dime on this. So I'm just bouncing off of what you just said. And so they're saying no way should he be sentenced to a sentence of 11 years or 5 years or 6 years, because as you're saying, most people who do receive a sentence for these convictions, it's somewhere in the vicinity of like 12 to 18 months. That's it.
That's right. And they actually used that argument, the non-commercialization in this case, as a reason why the charge should be dismissed. That was denied by the judge in his post-trial motions just the other day. But they're arguing that because Combs didn't make any money off of this, he didn't actually commit a Mann Act violation. That's obviously up for debate, but they're definitely trying to differentiate themselves from other Mann Act cases in which defendants have received more significant sentences than the average by saying that Combs didn't make any money off of this.
How solid of a defense is that, in your opinion?
I mean, I don't think it's going to sway the judge one way or another. I think the judge is going to look at all of the other factors that we have here. The Mann Act violations, plus all of the other things that the government has alleged here. So I don't think the commercialization is really going to be a persuading factor to the judge here.
One of the questions that we got earlier from a viewer during one of our earlier broadcasts was the impact of the weight, if you will, of the victim statements and the video. How much of a consideration does that really play?
I mean, I think it plays some part. I'm sure the judge has been thinking about the sentencing date since the beginning of July when Combs was convicted, and he's had 3 months to think about a proposed sentence. Obviously, he only just received what the government's recommendation was and the defendant's recommendation as well as the Department of Probation. But, so there's some impact that these videos and these victim impact statements and what he hears from the family and from Combs, there's some impact that they have, but it's not a great impact.
Okay, Seth, do me a favor, answer this for me. The judge here really has to walk a fine line. He wants to be able to send a message to the public that you cannot commit the type of crimes that Sean Diddy Combs has committed and get away with it, and we're not going to go light on you. So he can't go too light with the sentence, because people will say, oh, well, he went light on the sentence because he's a celebrity, he got special treatment. But then he also can't be too harsh, because then other critics will say, well, the only reason you punished him and gave him the strict sentence is because he is a public person, he is a celebrity. So the judge here, I'm sure part of the thinking, and you talked to me about this, is that he's walking a fine line here.
I agree 100%. You hit the nail on the head on what the judge has to consider, right? Sending a message so that others don't commit similar acts, but also not punishing Combs too harshly, more than someone else in his situation would get if he wasn't a high-profile defendant.
And again, a little more about Judge Subramanian. We've been mispronounced, at least I have, trying to get that name correct. He's only been on the bench about 2 years, just there under. How much will his experience weigh in this? And does he reach out to more senior justices? How's that work?
You know, his experience is a big unknown here, right? He doesn't have a lot of criminal experience. He's a well-renowned civil litigator from his time in private practice, but he was never a criminal litigator and doesn't have that much experience handling criminal trials. So it definitely will play a role. The question is, we won't know what role that plays. And I would not be surprised if he's spoken to his more senior colleagues on the bench about dealing with such a high-profile case and how to handle the issues that Linda identified about sending a message, but also not punishing him too greatly for being a high-profile person.
Well, you know, the judge's name, he might not have been on everybody's radar prior to today, but whatever happens today, he will definitely be on everyone's radar moving forward. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the things.
This will be a case that he'll be remembered for.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Let me go ahead and read some of the things here, because Diddy's wrote a letter to the judge, and it's a lengthy letter, but I just want to highlight some of the things here, and you tell me what type of an impact do you think this will have. One of the things he said, quote, "I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all of the hurt and pain that I have caused others by my conduct." And then he goes on to say, "The scene and the images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that and always will be." And of course, he's referring to that horrific video that has played around the world of him just viciously beating her in that hotel right outside the elevator. These are some of the things that he said in the letter to the judge. How much weight does this really carry? Because as we've all been talking about here today, the judge pointed out that, yes, you've given me this letter, and you're remorseful for some things, but you're still not showing remorse for what you've been convicted of.
For these two acts.
Yeah, I mean, I think his letter hit all of the notes that I would want him to hit if I were his attorney, right? I thought it would have the right tone. I thought it had the right substance. I thought it was a very good letter. Obviously, the judge didn't by making those comments, and I'm sure that's something that Combs and his lawyers are thinking about while they're taking the lunch break that they're currently taking. You know, I think it'll have some impact, but the fact that the judge doesn't think he's remorseful for what he was actually convicted for is not a good sign for Combs as the day proceeds.
Hey, Linda, I'm gonna ask Seth to just step out of the way for 1 second so that Dan can go over to the front of the courthouse there. Just keeping an eye on the door. Certainly, this is not a suggestions over, because Seth just told you that they're on lunch break, but that's our guy Roy running over right now just to get into the middle of whatever that is. And generally, things like this happens means that your Gloria Allreds, who is here, or someone else, is here that may be making a comment or weighing in. It's also the opportunity, as you know, Linda, for the media, for us, the press that are here covering this, to maybe get that question in. It's an opportunity for us to hear some perspective, because we are on the outside, of the courtroom. So that's what's happening there. That's why we're stepping out of the way, because we were starting to see some cameras turn on, some bodies moving, and we just wanted to make sure that we kept our eye on that door there. But again, as you come back to us, he's facing up to 10 years because each of those convictions on the Mann Act, the transportation to engage in prostitution carries a maximum of 10. As we've been pointing out all day and all morning, is that the prosecution is asking for 11 years and 3 months. The defense is asking for 14 months, saying that pretty much, come on back in, saying that pretty much he's been in jail for about a year, so he could conceivably, if given that, leave at the end of the year. So Seth is back with us as we talk about the sentencing guidelines and that sort of thing, and you just referenced the letter, that was going on, that was being read. The element in a situation like that, clearly it's tense. You have that going on right there. If you're his defense attorney, you hear those comments after the letter, it said, what do you do?
You're not happy, right? You're worried. The judge's comments both about the acquitted conduct earlier this morning, which said that in making his sentencing guideline calculation, he can consider the conduct for which Holmes was acquitted. That's not a good feeling if you're the defense attorney. Hearing that the judge doesn't think that Diddy has expressed adequate remorse for the conduct for which he's convicted. That's not a good feeling if you're Combs or you're the defense team. I think over this lunch break, they're probably regrouping and they're thinking, do we have to change some of what we're going to tell the judge this afternoon to address the judge's specific concerns? Because there's still two attorneys that need to speak on behalf of Combs, and there's still Combs himself who are going to address the court.
We also know that one of the attorneys who also spoke, Nicole Westmoreland, she kind of referenced Nicole Westmoreland, criminal defense attorney on his team, Combs' team, kind of referenced his contributions to the community, if you will, his business, through the Sean John clothing line and other enterprises there, and was trying to remind the court that aside from this version, the imagery that you mentioned, Linda, about the that notorious, disgusting video from 2016,
right,
in that hotel in which Cassie Ventura was savagely attacked, that this Westmoreland, his defense attorney, was trying to present the opposite side of that to the court, to this judge, trying to play that. Is that even a factor?
Absolutely. I mean, look, she was sobbing in court on behalf of her client. She was trying to portray him as someone who has affected her life personally, the community as a whole.
And being a person of color.
Correct.
Who, did business.
Correct.
Finish.
Someone who has affected the community, the black community, someone who has done good in his life, and someone who has had a personal impact on him. I mean, she was crying, his family then spoke, his daughters were crying. I mean, that has to have some impact on the judge. But at the end of the day, the judge will look at the statutory convictions, do his guideline calculation, and make his determination. But certainly, the judge will take into account each of those things that they heard.
Okay.
Again, Linda, just to let you know what's going on, Linda, hang on one second. Lisa Evers, who's been in the courtroom, is now just taking her jacket off. That's who you saw me waving over. So we're going to bring Lisa in also just to give us a little bit more flavor. She's just miking up. So while we're doing that, I'm just going to ask Seth one more question. You know what? Lisa's a little bit more faster than I thought. Come on over, Lisa. Come right on over.
This is great that you guys are bringing Lisa in, because Lisa covered this case every day for 8 weeks. So she knows all of the players. She knows the ins and outs of everything. She is an expert when it comes to this trial. So we're going to be able to talk to her shortly. Hey, Lisa, can you hear me?
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
Is Lisa able to hear me?
You're not on IFB yet, right? No. Hang on one second. We're going to fix that.
What Antoine is doing there is he's taking his earbud and he's passing it to Lisa so Lisa can hear me.
She's going to dial in.
And now she's got to dial in.
She's back there. She's our anchor.
So the three of us can communicate with each other.
Yeah, Linda.
Yeah.
Live TV.
You got to love it. It's how it works.
Straight out of the courtroom.
That's right. Okay, Lisa will have it.
1 sec.
She's going to have it
Michael,
here momentarily.
You good?
But again, I can't stress enough, Lisa covered this case every day of the trial. It lasted 8 weeks, so she is the expert when it comes to this trial here with Sean Diddy.
Yeah, I'll take care of Phil. Can you hear Linda?
Can you hear me, Lisa?
Okay, all right. So,
all right, beautiful.
You just got out of the courtroom. Linda's on the other end. Just do your thing. What was it like inside, Lisa?
Okay, first of all, they're just on a lunch break right now, but we have been in the court since about 8. Well, I've been here since 6. Early. But the court, they actually started letting people in around 9:30, and then the actual proceedings started about 10 o'clock. And then what's been happening is there was kind of a run of show, if you will, for the actual sentencing hearing today. They had the prosecutors talk quite a bit in the beginning. They were the first ones that came up. And one of the things that was so interesting, I'm sure you guys were talking about it, was this letter that Diddy wrote to the court, which a big kind of mea culpa. And, it seemed to be like a big mea culpa. Well, the prosecutors basically eviscerated that and said that this is incredible that he's talking like this, that he's sorry for what he did, when in fact his attorneys were blocking any victims from actually speaking in the court. And one of the most dramatic announcements early on was Mia, who was the woman that had worked for him, and it claimed that he came into her room in the middle of the night and raped her. This was in a room in his house, and that she was scheduled to speak today and give a victim impact statement. Early this morning, she alerted the court that she would not be showing up there. Then the prosecutor said that he also blocked, he wanted to have all of the other witness statements. He did not want them as part of the sentencing hearing. So I don't know what the actual legal term is for it, but he basically blocked, they tried to block those statements. Of course, the judge overruled them. All those written statements were admitted into the courthouse. And then, so they spoke quite a bit at length. They cited, as you know, we've come to know from this trial, Judge Arun Subramanian likes to have plenty of examples for people making any kind of, the defense or the prosecutors making any kind of statements. So then, the prosecution was like, this is basically, crocodile tears that he's crying now, and this is really not bearing any basis in fact.
Let me ask you this. You were in there. We understand that the judge told Combs pretty much that he felt that there was no remorse shown for the acts that he was convicted of. What was that mood like when the judge said that, Lisa?
Well, they seemed very, Diddy and his team seemed very confident. He came into the courthouse. Let me tell you about that, because he came into the courtroom kind of like while people were still getting settled in their seats, because it was a huge crowd. There's an overflow courtroom that's packed as well. I was in the main, or am in the main courtroom. We'll go back in there after the lunch break is over. And Diddy came in. They allowed him to wear the business casual that he had worn throughout the trial, the white button-down collar shirt, the oatmeal colored, light pale yellow sweater, and then the darker khaki pants. And then the prosecution was saying that he's basically treating this whole thing like a joke. They didn't use the word joke, but they said he's taking this very, very lightly. And in fact, at the end of this whole thing that the prosecution was saying, they go, he's actually got speaking engagements scheduled for next week in Miami, because he thinks he's going to be walking out those doors later on today. Now, first of all, the sentencing may not even end today, because there's so much that's going on. So the prosecution spoke, then the defense spoke, and they said basically, listen, the main requirements for the Mann Act, which is the law that you guys, I'm sure, talked about, that these transportation for prostitution charges are based on. They said it requires some monetary benefit to the person. He said that he was not making any money. They also said that this was, that there was no force or coercion, which of course the prosecutors were like, there was definitely force and coercion. Right. And they said that he's shown himself to be remorseful. He's a changed man. All of this type of thing. And then there were a couple of other speakers. There was a lawyer that's on the defense team. She spoke about Diddy as an inspirational figure.
Nicole Westmoreland.
Yeah.
Now, how were the kids?
This is what I was going to get to. The kids. So right before, just moments ago, literally, all 6 of his kids, Brian Steele, one of the attorneys, said, Your Honor, could we have the children? They want to speak to the court. All 6 of them got up, very powerful, very emotional. The girls, the 3 daughters ended up crying, which you can understand, because they're like, and especially the daughters that he had with Kim Porter, Jessie and Delilah. They said, we lost our mother, we lost our father, we want our father back. We know he's not a perfect person, but he's been a great father to us. We know he's changed, because he's really taken an interest in them, and we want him back, and we need him back.
I need to put you on the spot. You've covered his career from the beginning. You covered this trial back this summer from the beginning. You're now here. What have you noticed trial Combs as opposed to sentencing Combs?
Well, I think you have, and I'll share a conversation I had with some of his friends while we were waiting to go into the courtroom. The fact, this is a man who was a billionaire, is a billionaire, he's still very, very wealthy. He was a trailblazer in so many ways, from registering people to vote to the education, building schools, 3 schools in underserved communities like Harlem and other places. He was always very motivational. He's the one that ran everything, and people knew that he had a free, thought it was just a kinky private life. We didn't know all these other details, and I think that he was used to never hearing the word no. And now he's in MDC, and I was talking with, I won't name him, but I was talking with one of his closest friends, a guy who's known him for a very, very long time, and I've known pretty much throughout my career. He and a group of other men went to visit him last spring, and they were basically, I said, well, how did he really seem? And he goes, he's really changing. I have never seen him like this. And then I said, what do you mean? And he goes, he's scared. Because this is a guy that was never afraid of anything. He didn't think that anybody could touch him. He was untouchable. In fact, there was testimony during the trial about cops giving people a pass. That Mia, in fact, was the one that put called Diddy up when she got stopped for some traffic infraction, and the cop goes, "Oh, if that's Diddy, I'm gonna," or that's Puffy at that time.
Good.
Yeah, you're good, and here's a pass. You're gonna get the celebrity pass, but. And then they also established the most important thing was, which maybe you can comment on, was establishing what the parameter is for these sentencing guidelines, which is like 70 months. The parameter is 70 months to 84 months.
And that's the recommendation from the Department of Probation.
Right.
That's their guideline.
Right.
How much, so that Lisa can catch her breath, because she been hustling.
Do me a favor when we're talking. Hey guys, can you hear me? Do me a favor, when we're talking about the sentencing, let's not say months, because most people don't think in terms of months, like what's 70 months, what's 84 months. Let's talk in terms of years. The probation guidelines, just under 6 years to just over 7 years. Correct, Seth?
That's right. That's right. So it's actually 5 3/4 years to a little bit over 7 years is what the Department of Probation's recommendation is. And the judge earlier this morning, when doing the sentencing guideline calculation, he agreed that is the initial base level, and that is the initial starting point for the guidelines. That 5 3/4 years to just over 7 years. So that's where we're starting at. The judge is not required to follow that. They are discretionary, they are advisory, but that is always required for the judge to do a guideline calculation so that when this case does get appealed to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, they could say whether the judge did the guideline calculation accurately or if there's any room for an appeal there.
Okay, also today, the prosecution was saying today is all about accountability.
Since those are the parameters, like the good, the range for the sentencing, does it have to be within those numbers?
It does not. So the judge still has complete discretion to give him the time served that he's asking for, to give the 135 months that the government is asking for. So the judge still has complete discretion. So the first thing he's required to do is to do the sentencing guideline calculation and say, these are the guidelines that I find, and then make a determination where he's going to sentence Combs based on the other factors he's required to consider, including sentencing disparities, which is why they're talking about other cases, talk about whether or not there are any enhancements here, deterrence, general deterrence, which we've talked about earlier on air. So the judge is to consider all of those other factors before pronouncing a sentence after doing the guideline.
And there's also a lot of these other considerations, like the victim consideration, the violence consideration.
Those are what we call enhancements.
Enhancements.
Right. So those are additional points that he could add under the sentencing guidelines to make this guidelines higher or lower from where he initially finds them.
Do we know what the points are? I think we heard talk about 27 or something.
Yeah, he had a 27 rating.
Yeah, 27 rating. Explain that, Seth, while Lisa's looking.
So 27 is what the judge considered to be the base offense level. So meaning he's...
Is that bad? Is it like a 27?
It's not good for Combs because that is a guideline range of the 5 3/4 years to just over 7. Right? So Combs was arguing that the base level was, I believe, 14. So he was arguing that it was much lower, which corresponds to a much lower guideline range. So it's not a good starting point for Combs. The government was asking to start at a higher place, and this was the range that the Department of Probation had recommended. So when I heard that this morning, I said, that's not a good starting point for Combs in the judge, considering that the guideline range is that high.
But they did give him, for the previous criminal history, that was like a 0 or a 1.
Correct, and that's not surprising.
based on...
Because he had no convictions, criminal convictions.
Correct. Yeah, he had other things that the government was arguing, but he actually had no priors. He's obviously not a young man anymore. So he's never been in serious trouble where he's got felony convictions. And so, yeah, the judge gave him the base level, the offense level 1, and so that there's no enhancement above that initial base offense level of 27, which corresponds to those guidelines.
Lisa, how much time you have? Because I know Linda has another question, and we want to make sure that you have to get back in the line.
Okay.
So you let us know.
I'm good for a couple more minutes.
Linda, go ahead, Linda. We know you had a couple of questions.
Yeah.
We want to make sure while we got Lisa, I'll relay it.
Terrific, thanks. Yeah, you know, in court today, the prosecution said that this is all about accountability and justice for crimes that Combs committed over a 15-year period. And then they also said that the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. So, Seth, my question is to you because of what Lisa was just saying. The prosecution also pointed out in court today that Diddy is feeling so confident that he's going to be walking out of court today or early next week that he actually scheduled speaking engagements in Miami for next week. The prosecution obviously laying the groundwork there, showing arrogance and his lack of concern and understanding of the seriousness of the charges that he has been convicted of. What role or how much weight do you think that's going to play with the judge when it comes to the sentencing?
I think it's just one of the many factors the judge is going to consider. I don't think he's going to specifically consider the fact that Combs scheduled a speaking engagement in Miami for next week, but I think it'll just go along the fact that the judge thinks that Combs hasn't expressed significant remorse for the crimes in which he was convicted. And I think that just will go along with the other factors the judge is considering in keeping the guidelines high, agreeing with the government on some of their enhancements, although he did disagree with the government on some of the other enhancements. I think it just will be one of the factors the court considers, but I don't think the specific speaking engagement will have any direct impact that we'll know about.
Okay. But you hit on the big point about the remorse, because that kept coming through everything with the prosecutors were saying, but also to the kids. I just have a couple notes from the kids. So when the six kids come, you know, they're at the podium there, and they're addressing the judge, very emotional, you know, with their arms around each other, showing each other support. Quincy Brown, his oldest son, said, "We love him unconditionally. You know, my father has learned an important lesson." Justin Combs said, "You know, I'm asking you to give my dad a second chance. He is a superhero to me, and you know we need him." And that was the message, kind of the kids. It was all unified. Christian Combs talking about my dad, his hero. He's the one that people say is most like Diddy in terms of his personality and his music talent and that type of thing. And he goes, a better man. He is a better man. I can tell he's a better man. Please let him come back. And then the most emotional was the twins, Jesse and Delilah, and also the oldest sister, Chance Combs, talking about, we're just daughters, we need our dad back. Very, very emotional.
How was he watching the kids when they were speaking? Tell us about that.
That was, you know, I was lucky to be in the main courtroom because we could really see it. And he would go like this at times, like his head was down, and then by the end of the last daughter speaking, he had pushed the chair back from the defense table where he's sitting, and he was just like this for a while because it was too much for him, and he looked like he was really trying to hold back. And then they finished that, and then Brian Steele got up again, one of the attorneys, and he said, "We'd like to show Exhibit 84, Defense Exhibit 84, which was we're not allowed to have the watches in the court, so it was like less than 10 minutes, but it was a video that was made of home movies and video clips of him with the kids, and then also a lot about his work in terms of the community that he had done. But most of that was in his very early years, and I think they were trying to show that as kind of, you know, to still counteract that Cassie Ventura beating video that Diddy said in his apology letter.
Tall hill to climb, Lisa.
Yeah.
Was trying to combat that.
And I don't think they did that. They did humanize him to a certain extent, but whether or not that's going to sway Judge Arun Subramanian, who seems very, very much trying to be very fair, but also wants to do things absolutely, I think, according to the book. by the book.
You know, Lisa, you're just talking about his demeanor.
It's 140.
Okay, I better go back.
Wait, Linda, hang on. Ask it, Linda, because we got to get her back in that line. As you know, how that line
I
goes
know,
to get back in
yeah.
the spot. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay,
Linda,
just real quickly, Lisa, you're talking about his demeanor and how his body language while the kids were talking. What about earlier today? What about his body language earlier today when the judge was talking about the fact that he has shown no remorse?
When the judge was talking about the fact that he had shown no remorse, what was his body language and demeanor like?
Well, he was seated at the defense table. He was glued. He had much less movement overall, and while he was sitting there at the defense table than what we saw during the trial and at even the most recent pre-sentencing hearing. And he was basically very intent, focused, very, very somber. But when he did walk in the first time in the very beginning this morning, he turned to the crowd. The courtroom was the most packed that they have allowed. They had to bring in folding chairs in the aisle.
Wow.
There were 4 rows of him for family and close friends. And he looked at them and he put his hands like this in a sign of prayer, not really smiling as much as he would. And he hugged individually each of his defense lawyers, went like this to the family, turned to the family and did this, and then went and sat down. But just very somber compared to what we've seen before, where he's exhibited a lot of confidence and tried to look engaged with people that were there. But I'm going to go back in now and find out what the decision is, and it's just a lot to talk about that. And also, I want to make one other point so it doesn't come as a shock. One of my sources inside the courthouse said that they had planned for, well, first of all, the security was which is usually tight here, as everyone knows, at federal court, was extra tight today. So there were things I had in my bag that were just, like hairspray and stuff like they're like, that's got to go, that has to go, the selfie stick has to go, you have to check it, all this stuff. I'm like, I wouldn't even have brought it if I'd known. It's been okay the whole time. Wow. They said, no, we're on a heightened level of security. But my source here told me, he said, listen, he goes, we hope we're not back here on Monday, that we believe that this could be resumed on Monday. And that's what it is. But I want to get back in there so I can let you guys know.
Hey, thanks so much, Lisa. Great job.
And I want to give a shout out to Attorney Phil Hamilton, who you see on Street Soldiers, and we'll see on upcoming Street Soldiers.
Yeah, he was with us at noon. And Linda says, great job, but you got to get in that line, dear. We'll take this from here. All right, this one's yours. That one's mine. Dan is reaching for the mic.
Do we have any viewers asking questions?
Phil, you want to come on in?
Yes, I have another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not it, right? Is that it?
You're bringing in, criminal defense attorney.
Yeah, this is Phil. Criminal defense attorney Philip Hamilton. So he's with us. That's the one Lisa was talking, and the one we were also with earlier today. Linda Schmitz now are guiding our coverage from back in the newsroom. Like that. Okay, Linda, now Phil does not have an IFB, so if you have a question for him, you go right on ahead. But the first thing I'm going to ask him to do while you're working on that is just to weigh in on what Lisa was saying. His response, Diddy's Combs' response when the judge, was expressing, saying that he had shown no remorse. You overheard Lisa just describing it there. You weigh in.
I mean, just as you and I were discussing earlier, the fact that Subramanian keeps kind of hammering in on that point, it's just not something that as Mr. Combs that you're going to be smiling about, right? Or that it's going to give you the optimism to believe that you're potentially going to walk out of here today. As you guys were just discussing with respect to the guidelines, we know, he's ultimately looking at a sentence, at least as the U.S. sentencing guidelines are concerned, of anywhere between 6 to 7 years, right? And clearly the government is looking for 10 plus. And so to think that on a 14-month sentence, which the defense is requesting, that is something that you could have optimistically looked at before you went into sentencing, with those comments about the lack of remorse, it kind of mitigates from that optimism. And I don't know if at this lunch break, they're eating lunch feeling as though he's actually potentially going to walk out of here today, right? And Subramanian, I think, is kind of signaling, to the extent that I don't let you walk out of here today, this is a big reason why. And as you and I were discussing earlier with these potential, speaking engagements that he may have lined up, even to the extent that, of course, a lot of them, it seems, were for like community organizing and community service and the things of that nature, it still does show a level of hubris that the government attacked him upon, to say that even if you think that you're going to get out to be helping people, you're still not taking your conduct in this case seriously, even if you're doing good things on the outside. So if that is still something that's coming out throughout the theme of this morning's proceedings in regards to Mr. Combs' lack of remorse, it's something, as you know as well as me, it's somewhat troubling for the defense.
Let me toss back to Linda now. Okay, Linda, I know you had a couple of questions, Linda. You wanted to make sure that you ran by us down here.
Yeah, well, first I want to do just a quick reset here and thank our viewers for watching us on the Fox Local app here with Newsroom Live. We've been on since 1 o'clock and we're going to continue to stay on for quite some time. And also all of you folks who have been watching us since 10 o'clock this morning on our YouTube channel for the sentencing today here of Sean Diddy Combs. I'm Linda Schmidt, my colleague Antoine Lewis out in the field there in front of the federal courthouse. And he's got two wonderful attorneys on both sides. Seth is to his left, Phil is to his right, and they are our legal experts who are going to be able to answer all the questions for us that we have. Now, I want to point out we have another question here from a viewer. And one of the questions is, either one of you, Seth or Phil, either one of you guys. Phil, do you want me to call you Phil or Philip? Oh, ask him.
Philip, Linda.
Philip? Okay, alrighty. So either one of them can...
Yeah, you call him Philip.
All right, either one of them can answer. Who will be speaking after the sentencing?
Who will be speaking after the sentencing?
So after the totality of the proceedings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, after the totality of the proceedings, there's going to come a point where Judge Subramanian is going to give his colloquy and essentially his statement of reasonings as to, what ultimately he's giving the weight to in regards to the impact statements that were submitted by the government, in regards to the statements that Mr. Combs has made and those in support of him. He's going to go down an entire list of his findings, and then ultimately, which is the reason why we're all here today, he's going to levy that sentence. That's ultimately how this is going to conclude.
But just to add on to that, I think the question is about whether or not there's going to be anyone speaking outside of the courthouse after the sentencing. There's possibility that you may hear from Combs' lawyers, from his friends and families. I think it'll depend on how it goes. As Philip mentioned, the judge gives the ultimate pronouncement at the end of today, or maybe on Monday. But we may hear from his lawyers. His lawyers spoke after the conviction because they were in a celebratory mood, right? He was acquitted of the most serious counts here, and they decided to give an impromptu press conference outside of the courthouse. Depending on how it goes today would affect whether or not they do that again and whether his friends and family also speak to the press. I would expect to see a press release from the U.S. government, from the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, but I don't expect them to give any live press conference.
Why not? Because there are times when the U.S. attorneys, they will come out, they'll make a statement, they won't take questions, they'll come to the podium, they'll say something really quickly, 2 or 3 minutes, and then they leave. So why wouldn't they do that today, or after this proceeding has wrapped up?
They may. I mean, I think it'll depend on the result. I mean, they're still talking about this as a win, but it was not a win for the government, right?
Right.
They're asking for him to be sentenced as if it was a win, but it was not a win. So I think it'll depend on what sentence Judge Subramanian actually pronounces to determine whether or not the government will actually go to the podium and make any statements whatsoever, because sometimes they may just rely on a press release.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate here real quick.
Linda.
I'm sorry, what's that, Antoine?
So just get Philip to weigh in also, because if the sentencing does not go the direction that the criminal defense team wants it to go, have they already started to lay the ground for the appellate process? Like, how does that figure into this?
I mean, to the extent, and they have started to lay the ground foundationally as of this morning by signaling to the judge that if there's going to be a large consideration of conduct, which ultimately Mr. Combs was already acquitted of, back this summer, that may end up, imputing constitutional rights with which they will ground an appeal, first and foremost. But, I think to your point, and you hit the nail on the head, at the end of the day, no matter what happens today, the defense team has already secured their win. Even if in the worst case, he was sentenced to 11 years, even if there was an enhancement beyond that, we know there's not going to be a mandatory minimum of 15 years. There's certainly not going to be a sentence of life. So a lot of this is all relatively squeezed into where we stand just with the Mann Act convictions, which at the end of the day, no matter what happens today, Mr. Combs better be very, very, very grateful that he's only dealing with what we're talking about today, as opposed to if we were here talking about
the
what's
RICO
the sentence
charge,
going to be on the RICO,
because that was
been up to 20
maximum
life.
Right.
Life. right? So, I think on that end, the fact that we're here only discussing the Mann Act convictions, it's very much so a win for Mr. Combs.
Antoine, do me a favor. Either one. Now, Seth, I know you can hear me. Philip cannot. Either one of them can answer this question. But no matter what he is sentenced to, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever it is, would he still be credited with time served? Because he's been in prison now for a year since his arrest.
Yeah. He'll, of course, get credit for the 13 months that he's in. So regardless of whatever sentence the judge pronounces at the end of the day, that's part of the reason why the defense requested 14 months, right? Because he'll get credit for that, and they think he'll be out in just a couple of weeks, if not sooner.
Okay,
so he'll absolutely get credit for the 13 months he's already done.
I got you. So say, for example, and I'm just tossing this out here. Say, for example, he gets sentenced to 5 years. He's credited with a year. That brings it down to 4. Could he be out on good behavior in 2 or a year and a half?
He could be out on good behavior. I don't think it would be that little amount of time. The First Step Act would certainly help with his release, and depending on what facility he gets assigned to by the Bureau of Prisons, he could definitely be out in less than that amount.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be less than half of the sentence.
Would he have to register as a sex offender?
I don't believe so. I haven't heard that in any of the briefing. So I
haven't heard that either.
If that was at play here, because I didn't see that in the prosecutor's brief. I didn't see it in the anything from the Department of Probation, and I didn't see anything discussed in the defense brief.
And probation certainly would have put that within that pre-sentence report to the extent that that were the case, as it would have been if we would have been talking about either the predicate sexual sex trafficking or the actual substantive count of the sex trafficking. So I don't think necessarily we're dealing with that. And to your point, generally with federal sentencing, the way that you can just averagely look at it, if we're talking about good behavior, is you're going to do 10 months on every 12 months, right? So like on every year, you can expect to at least do 10. Clearly, there can be some carve-outs if you're dealing with the First Step Act and some other areas that can mitigate the time of your sentence. But if you're doing 10 on 12, then essentially for every year, just multiply that by 10 months, and then you can kind of see, just from a general standpoint, where you could expect Mr. Combs to be based on whatever the sentence is.
Okay, Antoine, do me a favor, ask Philip to answer this one, because we've been talking about this, and they just addressed it. The fact that the judge is going to take, or possibly could take into account, the charges that Diddy was acquitted of, that really jumped out to me when I read that earlier today. Have they ever seen that happen before? Where the judge says, look, I know you were acquitted of these charges, but I'm going to take those charges into account when I sentence you.
Charges, but I'm still going to take them into account when I sentence you. Have you ever seen a situation like that?
Yes, there have been a lot of appellate matters on that.
Stand on tap.
Yeah, we've certainly seen it, and constitutionally, if Judge Subramanian were to put something like that on the record, I can certainly tell you that Mr. Combs' lawyers are going to be rubbing their hands like this as they plan their notice of appeal. I think that what he would do is strategically stay away from saying something that blatant, even if at the end of the day in the back of his mind he's considering said conduct. But to put that out there like that, it's not to say that the sentence would be immediately reversed on appeal, but it certainly kind of gives it not as much cemented structure of certainty if he were to start considering acquitted conduct. And that's why Mr. Combs' attorneys at the inception of these proceedings made that a signal to the judge that if you're going to do that, we're ready.
Right. And I agree with everything Philip said. I think that was the big thing that a lot of legal commentators were looking for today, is the judge going to be relying on acquitted conduct? And unfortunately, when he came out and he pronounced the initial sentencing guidelines that he found, he agreed with the government that in making his initial sentencing guideline calculation, he can rely on the conduct for which Combs was acquitted. So I think, like Philip described, that obviously doesn't make the defense team feel good, but it also gives them a further avenue for appeal. Now, last year in 2024, the United States Sentencing Commission changed their guidelines in which they stated that acquitted conduct should not be considered except in exceptional circumstances. The government's arguing that this is an exceptional circumstance because the acquitted conduct is so intertwined with the statutory convictions. The defense makes obviously the opposite argument. So I think it's ripe for an appeal, as Philip described, and because the sentencing guidelines were only amended last year, there's not much appellate case law on that issue, and the Supreme Court has not addressed this issue.
Okay. Also, do we know what prison he would be serving his time in? That's a question from a viewer.
I got it. That would be up to the Federal Bureau of Prisons to make that determination, and it could be at any one of the facilities in the country. It is not beholden to residence. It is not beholden to birth state. It can absolutely be at any one of the federally recognized, given the degree of the level, I think was the word that was used earlier, of the crime and of the perpetrator.
And when would they make
the security status,
the
right?
security
Whether
status.
it's low security, medium security, or high security. Yeah.
That was some good lawyering talk right there, Antoine. Good job.
Hey, I've been learning all morning.
He's been paying attention.
Got his notes down.
So-
Got my notes.
So let me ask you this
He's going to
then.
pass the bar tomorrow.
At what point would they make that decision, though? I mean, say, for example, he's sentenced today. Would it take them 3 or 4 days to make that determination about where he will serve out his prison sentence? How long does that normally take?
It generally takes a few weeks. He'll go back to the MDC, and the Bureau of Prisons will then make a determination as to which facility he'll be designated for. Usually it takes a couple of weeks before he's designated and moved from the MDC to whatever facility where he'll serve his sentence.
Okay. Do me a favor, Antoine. Can you show us a little bit of what's going on there behind you? And by the way, has the crowd of his supporters, has it been growing, or is it around, to me, from the video that I've seen, it's about 50 people? Am I right about that, or?
We're going to show them a look at it.
It's going to be a
Linda,
guesstimate?
we're going to move right out to the side. Yeah, we had it at about a couple of hundred, like around this morning, like 10-ish or so. Our photojournalist Dan Foley is giving you a look at what we can see. It has grown. I would maybe guess like maybe there's 75 to 100 more persons, there in the front. You can't see because it's just out of the camera shot. There are signs, there's some pertinent and related to this matter. Others are just, exercising their free speech like that. But Seth was telling us earlier that on his way in, he actually saw someone being, engaging with the police, possibly being taken into custody like that. Let me bring Phil back in because Linda's question was about crowd size. We know that the day that the decision came down, this was pretty much all packed. This is significantly less, but that could grow. Are you surprised, or were you surprised at the number of people that you saw down here when you came up, Philip?
With respect to today, I'm not going to say that I was surprised, but I certainly, to your point, this entire summer, anytime I had proceedings within this courthouse, navigating the hundreds of people on any given day, whether it was the podcasters, the TikTokers, clearly all of the journalists, the supporters, the attention seekers, the people that were anti Mr. Combs. It was unbelievably packed down here the entire summer. So, I knew coming down here today to expect, this sort of scene again. Is it as heavy as maybe I thought it could be? No, but it's certainly, to your point that you just made, it's not light by any means.
Now, you've been communicating and matriculating around in the area once you left us earlier this morning. What was that like, the feel?
There's obviously a very heavy police presence. There's a lot of security. There's the U.S. Marshal Service. There's a lot of people who are just passing by who are trying to figure out what's going on. But I think the crowd, right now we're also at the lunch break, so I think the crowd knows nothing's going to happen because the judge is on break until 2 p.m. I believe we're at, we're 1:58 now, so they'll be coming back, I'm sure. And I'm sure once people hear that there's a sentence or that they think that they're close, there'll probably be a larger gathering, similar to, as Philip mentioned, as around the time of the verdict. So I imagine people will regather as the day goes on, and as especially if it goes in late in the day on a Friday afternoon, people are getting off work, they'll probably gather around the courthouse. But when I was walking here this morning at 10 a.m., there were definitely a couple hundred people, and there were definitely some incidents between some of the bystanders and the police that I observed.
The thing, too, is the day that the verdict came down, it did turn into a bit of a circus there outside federal court. You had people dressed up in costumes and other people jumping around with bottles of baby oil, squirting baby oil all over the place.
Some of them are here.
Yeah. So it turned into a bit of a circus there. Hopefully that's not the situation again today. If he is actually sentenced today.
We haven't seen that, no.
Okay, all right, well that's good. That's a good thing. So at this point, Seth, if Sean Diddy Combs is your client, What are you telling him right now in the lunch break? Because it's about to end, they're about to head back into court. What would you have told him?
I mean, if I was his lawyer right now, I'd be regrouping in the back. I'd probably be shifting strategy a little bit because I did not like some of the comments the judge made this morning. You know, his comment about the lack of remorse would obviously stick out to me. The judge's comment about taking into consideration acquitted conduct would also trouble me. So if I was in the back and I was Combs' attorney, I would be regrouping, maybe changing strategy. I know after the break we're supposed to hear from 2 more of his attorneys. I think they're probably going to deliver a little bit of a pitch different than what they planned to this morning. And that Combs, maybe when we hear from him later today, may express a little bit more remorse than we thought. You know, I obviously think that that's a difficult situation because he does maintain his innocence on the Mann Act violation, so it's hard for him to express remorse when he does intend to appeal because he doesn't think he actually committed the crime in which he was convicted.
Right.
But I do think that there's probably some regrouping going on in the defense table right now.
So other than re-strategizing, when you talk about the re-strategizing here...
I've been in these situations before. Most likely Mr. Combs went back and asked them, what do you guys think, right? I mean, just based on your anecdotal experience and the way that Judge Subramanian is speaking, am I walking out of here today? And if they're going to be frank with him, as I would in that situation, I would say it's much less likely than before we started the day, just based on some of the comments that we've heard. Again, this doesn't imply that there's going to be a 10 or an 11-year sentence.
Right.
But, you know, at the end of the day, I think that shift in strategy and just the shift in expectations, I think is very important. You know, one other thing I'll note, I know you've seen this before, you know, there have been situations where a judge generally comes out believing they know what they're going to do, but there are at times where the presentation, certain testimony that's given at the sentencing hearing will literally on the spot start to change their opinion of where they were, whether that's an enhancement or whether that's, you know, a decreasal of where they ultimately were going to be. We've seen it. So, you know, at the end of the day, whatever presentation is going to be afterwards, including if Mr. Combs is going to be able to hit that right mark in regards to, Your Honor, don't take anything that's been said by the government to mean that I am not understanding of my bad behavior.
Right.
I accept responsibility for the reason why I'm here. No one put me here except for me and the decisions that I've made. I'm sorry for the people that I've hurt along the way. I sat here throughout the course of this trial. I listened to the testimony. I understand that my actions have had very negative effects on people. He's going to have to hit that mark. His ego is going to have to let him hit that mark.
You have to man up is basically what you're saying.
Come on. And
No
we
pun
know,
intended.
no pun intended. And with respect to, you know, Diddy's ego as it has been over the course of many, many years, I think that's going to be an exercise in strength that he's going to have to do to bring it down. But to the extent that he can, that can potentially put him in the best position to at least maybe get the lowest sentence that Judge Subramanian would be prepared to give.
Yeah,
So
if I was his defense attorney during that lunch break, I would not feel great about how the morning went.
Okay.
And I think, as Philip said, re-strategizing, regrouping, and coming up with a new plan for the afternoon to see if there's any way we could sway the judge from what he thought coming into the day.
But Seth, other than Diddy changing his tone when he addresses the judge later today, what else could they do as far as regrouping and re-strategizing? Specifically, what would they be doing? What would they change?
Well, obviously, I don't know what the 2 lawyers who haven't spoken yet plan to do to address the court, but they may have a different tone. I mean, it seems like they split up the 4 lawyers. We're all going to take a different thing. For his first lawyer, addressed one thing. I think it was the commercialization and the sentencing dissimilarities and disparities, I should say. The second lawyer addressed the impact that Combs has had in the community. So I don't know what their plan is for their third and fourth lawyer who's going to speak, but they may revise that plan. They may take a different tone and a different tact based on what they've seen so far today.
And moreover, I think just to add on that, if they tweak it as the lawyers or if they don't, the one thing I know they're focused on over the course of this lunch break is just making sure, again, that Mr. Combs is hitting the right note and that he's going in with the proper tone, with the proper remorse, because like that has been the demeanor, the humility, all of those things are going to have to be there because Judge Subramanian has been signaling to him since essentially this morning, I better hear something like that from you.
So far. That's basically what he's saying, Linda.
Right. 100-page sentencing memorandums and everything that was written in there about you, I'm still not getting what I need to see, so I better hear it from you later. And if he can't deliver that, is going to be problematic for him. Again, it won't be life sentence problematic, but it'll be problematic relative to the exposure that he has on
14 months as opposed to just
5
under 6
years
just
or
over
7 years.
Correct.
Right, gotcha. Hey, listen, we just got another question from a viewer. Do you happen to know if he would be put with the general population for prison? Or would he be in a separate area?
Or not?
Gen Pop?
Yeah, would he be in Gen Pop or not?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so in terms of just general population, I mean, in many respects, of course, because he's a higher profile celebrity, his lawyers can make the request to the legal division of the Bureau of Prisons to either have him, segregated or serve his sentence in a more isolated, protected realm. But at the end of the day, that comes with its own consideration of, lack of certain benefits, ability to, exercise and all kinds of things along those lines that, I don't know. I mean, maybe he would be inclined to want to be in general population. We just ultimately would have to see.
Yeah, and while he's been incarcerated at the MDC, he has been incarcerated in a special wing where they keep some of the higher profile defendants, the Sam Bankman-Frieds, the Alexander brothers. He has been in a separate wing.
Luigi
Mangione
was in there.
Yeah, so he's already segregated from general population to a certain extent. It's not completely solitary and it's not completely out of general population, but it's a special wing in which they currently maintain at the MDC higher profile defendants.
And just to let everyone know, Linda, which I know you know, MDC is the Metropolitan Detention Complex. That's the holding facility where that we're referencing when we say MDC.
Okay, all right. Hey, gentlemen, unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap things up now because I have to get ready to do the 4 o'clock news block. So for all of our viewers watching at home or wherever you are, tune in to Channel 5 and also here on our Fox Local app for 4 o'clock for the news block. And you're going to see Antoine again at 4 o'clock. You're going to see him again today at 5 o'clock. And you're probably going to see him again today at 6 o'clock, in addition to our colleague, Lisa Evers. But I do want to take the opportunity right now because whenever we are live and doing covering cases like this, I mean, it is just invaluable to have legal experts with us. So Philip Hamilton, criminal defense lawyer, Seth Zuckerman, Attorney Zuckerman, thank you both very much for joining us and being a part of our coverage today because you have added so much. And like I said, just having legal expertise makes a world of difference. So thank you both very, very much for taking the time out of your day and to help us and also to help our viewers at home or wherever they are watching us.
Thanks for having us.
Okay. So Antoine, I'll be talking to you at 4 o'clock. Everybody that's watching us, please tune in today for the news block at 4 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we'll see by 4 o'clock if he's actually been sentenced yet or not, because this could spill over into Monday. That's what some people are saying. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
It's not. I'm sorry. It's tight as it can be, but it's just falling.
Yeah. Yes. Thanks.
It still happens, but he just figured it out.
I think the defense team has executed pretty well. There's just so much that they can do. You can't go to trial, say you're not guilty, stick with that, then you're convicted, and then all of a sudden just, there's going to be an appeal. There's going to be additional litigation with respect to the 2 counts he was convicted for. So he's got to keep that in mind. So yeah, he's got to show some remorse. He's going to talk a lot about himself, about the past year, about the impact that it's had on him, how it's impacted his family as well. And I think he's going to do a good job. I'm sure, look, he's had a year to think about this. For the most part, everything that was said today was already put in papers and reviewed by the court. So this is just the last stage of it. And I think, it'll be significant to see if Mr. Combs is able to pull this off.
Now, we know the prosecutors are asking for 11 years in regards to the 2 convictions. The defense is also asking for 14 months, including time served that 1 year, which would basically put him out by the end of the year. Now, the Department of Probation has recommended somewhere between 6, maybe 5.5 to 7 years, somewhere within that range. How do you see that weighing in on the judge's decision?
Well, that's what makes this case really so unique, because the 2 charges for which he was convicted have no mandatory minimums. So there's a huge range. Now, the prosecution, the government, in their submission actually said that his guidelines were more than 20 years. 20 years was the statutory maximum they could receive. So typically, the Department of Probation is a neutral mediator. They recommend what they think the sentence should be. And I think the defense absolutely believes 14 months is appropriate. But I think that if you ask them privately, the defense team, they would tell you that it's unlikely he's going to get that kind of sentence.
Linda, Peter has an earbud in. He has our other earbud in. We want to bring you into the conversation because I know also you have a couple of questions on your end that you want to ask along.
I know that God put me here to transform me. And then he goes on to say, the scene in the images of me assaulting Cassie Ventura, over and over, play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on that woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that, and I always will be. He's talking about that horrific video that we all saw that went around the world of him viciously beating her in that hotel room. It's really interesting because some of the legal experts that I've heard talking today say that the defense brought in more people to speak today than they did when they put on their case during trial. What does that say to you?
Well, and the government responded to that, and the government said, yes, he can claim that he feels tremendous remorse for what he did, that he's learned his lesson, but after the Cassie incident, after he went publicly and apologized, he was then physical and violent again with Jane. So I'm not so sure that coming from Mr. Combs, that's necessarily going to move the needle when it comes to the court. However, all of the individuals that testified today talked about their ability to help him to continue to rehabilitate, to go to Miami, to have all the services in place that he needs to continue his rehabilitation. And I think that's the sort of thing that the court would like to hear, to know that if the court does take a chance, and when I say take a chance, I don't mean sentence him to 14 months, I mean give him a sentence on the lighter side, that there are going to be a lot of safeguards in place to make certain, because it's not just with respect to himself, it's also with respect to society as a whole. And he has to make sure when he sentences Mr. Combs that he's protecting society as a whole.
Which is interesting, Linda, because one of the points that the defense actually made, the prosecution actually made this morning when they went the first time to speak, they basically asked the court to take into account, they called him a threat to the public. That was actually the phrase that was used when prosecutors were making their case, that he should get the 11 years and some months, 3 months or so, that they were looking for. So the fact that they actually deemed him being a threat to the public was part of the case the prosecutors actually made this morning when they were presenting the first time. They're on the stand right now, or as you said, you may have a quicker update than we did.
Yeah, and that's actually part of the sentencing guidelines themselves. When you look at the sentencing factors, there's general deterrence that talks about the court's need to make certain generally that a message is sent to the population, to society, that this sort of behavior is not going to be tolerated, even if the court were to feel from a personal standpoint that Mr. Combs has been rehabilitated, he's on the right track. There also needs to be a message sent that to society as a whole that this sort of conduct is not going to be allowed.
Linda?
Yeah, Antoine, we're being notified here. I'm looking at Slack, and for our viewers at home, what Slack is, it's kind of like an email system that we use here within Fox News. But we've been notified that Combs is shuffling through some papers. He's wearing a pair of glasses, and he is standing up now to speak to the court. So this has been going on since 10 o'clock this morning. The judge now hearing from Diddy. Also, earlier today, when his children spoke, Lisa Evers, who's been inside the courtroom all day long, and she came out during the lunch break, and she was telling us that he got very emotional, that he was holding his head and looking down. He started crying. You know, his shoulders were shaking when his children were speaking. How much influence, you know, Peter, you've talked to this a little bit here, but how much influence do you think that's going to have with the judge for the sentencing? Will it have really any impact on the amount of time that he gets?
Well, I think it will have an impact, and I think the court actually did thank the children for their statements and did say that it would in fact have an impact. The problem here is, as defense counsel, on both sides actually, you never know what's going to move the needle. You don't know what exactly is going to cause the judge to maybe change his or her mind, to maybe give a better sentence. So essentially what you need to try to do is to try to carefully put forth as much information as you possibly can. And I think one of the most significant parts of the sentencing proceeding today was, in fact, the video that the defense put forward that I think was an 11-minute video that had, you know, years, if not decades, of Mr. Combs doing all sorts of great things in the community, not only with respect to contributing money, but also his time and the many things that demonstrate that.
They highlighted the entrepreneurship, if you will, and the business part and the impact on the community. That was what his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, I believe, was the defense attorney, Linda, that started that part of the presentation. How much of a factor will that be? Because you have a judge who's been on the bench for about 2 years now, his most high-profile case in his career. You know, how does he approach something like that, given the amount of experience that he has?
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to say, Antoine, because we don't have a lot of history with this judge, so we don't really know. I think based on how he conducted himself during the course of the trial for those 8 weeks, I think people thought that he was pretty fair. He was pretty down the middle, and I think the defense was pretty optimistic about that from a sentencing standpoint. At the same time, you could argue that along the way, with respect to his denying of bail, his denying of the Rule 29 motion to set aside the verdict, he was taking a difficult position with respect to Mr. Combs.
Okay. Linda, I think you have an update, Linda, that just came across. I think Vito, our producer, was passing something along.
Oh, okay. The latest thing that I'm seeing here on Slack is that that's when Combs was standing up to start addressing the judge. And again, he's been in court since 10 o'clock this morning. And so what they had been talking about earlier today as well, Peter, is that they were bringing in so many people to talk, and so many of his defense lawyers. I'm sorry, you have to repeat that? My producer's talking. Who called his behavior disgusting?
He's baking it up.
Sean Diddy Combs, talking to the judge right now, standing in court, just called his behavior disgusting. Give that to me again. Shameful and sick. That's what he just said to the court, to the judge in court. He's going to be speaking for quite some time. Originally, Peter, there was some word that maybe this sentencing would spill over into Monday because they have so many people talking today. The fact that Combs is talking now, do you think that the judge will end up sentencing him today?
I do think. I think there's still time, and I think that may still happen depending on how long Mr. Combs goes in his statement. But to the prior question with respect to what was done over the lunch break, I think what you're seeing now, maybe with respect to Mr. Combs saying that his behavior was disgusting and inexcusable, all those things, is being emphasized now, and maybe was discussed over the lunch break as to with respect to what he needed to say
to the judge, given that the judge didn't find him remorseful in regards to the 2 convictions that he did get.
Correct.
Disgusting, shameful, and sick. Linda, you said, I'm sorry, I'm taking notes as we're going also, Linda. Got it.
I'm just getting the word too. Our producer is talking to me and updating me on what's going on, and that people inside say that Sean Diddy Combs is sobbing in court while he is addressing the judge right now, that he is sobbing. Now, earlier today, he started crying when his children testified, or didn't testify, but spoke on his behalf. And now he is in court addressing the judge, and he is sobbing.
Yeah, you know, it's difficult because the government would argue that he's sobbing because he feels sorry for himself and he doesn't want to face a lengthy sentence. I believe, and I think it's been pretty clear over the past year, that whatever remorse he is at this point displaying is legitimate and sincere. And you know, I think that, and I hope that the judge will take it for what it is, and I think what it is a sincere expression of remorse.
Well, Linda, we'll see. We'll keep you updated out here in the field, absolutely. And as you pointed out, we're on the outside. Lisa Evers is on the inside.
That's right.
My colleague Duarte Giordino just got here, so he'll be here with all. We've got you all covered. Back inside to you.
Antoine, great job. Peter Frankel, thanks as always. Great insight. Okay, stay with Fox 5 right here and online. You can stay up to date on the sentencing on our Fox local app, and we're going to be right back with another update on the 5 o'clock news, or with any breaking news as it happens. Also coming up today, we are following more breaking news in the Israel-Hamas war. Plus, lawmakers in the
This is Combs calls his actions. Combs calls his actions were disgusting, shameful, and sick. He said, I was sick from the drugs, I was out of control. I needed help and I didn't get it. I can make no excuses. What's that? Okay. All right, bye. Bye.
I need TMZ. TMZ, yeah. TMZ got all the updates.
Oh, I can't check my phone.
I know TMZ got live right now. I know you're live.
I knew it.
Updates. That's coverage. Everything fucking sells. What's his message? He's fucking
man. Yo, hey, what's happening in there?
Judge is in a break.
He's cooked?
Not yet. Judge is in a break, and then he's going to impose the sentence in a minute.
All right, all right. Thank you.
20 minutes.
Buzzy.
But it's a free for all. Fuck the fence today.
What that man put his hands on. Yeah. You got that. When it comes out, I'm like, you gotta know how to
The judge took a break, and it's going to come back and impose the sentence. Okay?
That's like a
Oh God, please don't come back.
Don't turn up your right now. I think I'm gonna pick up speaker right now.
good. I'm gonna hop on.
I don't know. I think the judge. He said something too. He said the office. So whatever he's going to take off. Well, he's going to say. He's going to say that. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's coming in. It ain't over. It's coming in.
Came down. It must have came down. Walking down. He's in there. He went to the side door. Everybody in there.
Microsoft tablet judges speaking.
Let's do it.
Barry, Judge is talking. Could be any time. Well, he took a break for a minute and he came back. Folks is done, obviously.
The judge took a break and then was back up talking.
Tim, what happened to his pants? Tim, what happened to his pants? Him. Wait till he turns around. Wait till he turns around. Look. What's going on here, dude? Seriously, have you seen? Now can you say you've seen it all? Now you can retire. What is that? Did he rip his pants? Tim, do you remember when Jim Asher showed up with two different shoes? One was going the wrong. Remember that thing down underneath the pants?
You gotta take the bag off this and just put it on the ground.
Maybe
case here. Call Dan Foley.
50 months, what is that? How much is 50 months?
Just over 4 years.
4 years? 4 fois 12 is 48.
with us at 5 o'clock also has information that we're hearing that the
so we
sentence
have
has
a
come
sentence
down.
at
We have
this
a
point.
sentence.
We have a sentence, 50 months, which equals 4 years, 2 months. Now, the prosecution had asked for 11 years or 135 months. The defense was saying no more than 14 months which would have gotten Combs out this year. But right now, we know he's going to spend several years behind bars. Your reaction to this verdict?
He should be ecstatic. Sean Combs, considering this courthouse, this prosecution team, these charges, where he was a year and a month ago when he got arrested, and where he is right now, he should be ecstatic. Nobody wants to be in prison, but today's prison sentence could have been decades, literally decades. He was facing a sentence of like life in prison, and now, let's see, he's got 14 real months in. That's really going to count for like a year and a half. With the programming that he'll get, he could be in a halfway house in 2 years, in 24 months.
But look at the wording that was of interest, how the judge was pretty much admonishing him, taking into account that the judge felt that he had not shown any remorse, like that. Combs cried on the stand before, like that. How effective do you think that was playing a part in this?
My uneducated guess is that the judge knew exactly what he was doing before he walked into that courtroom today, that he let everyone have their speech. Everyone, this went on. Normally these things are an hour and a half. We've been here for 8 hours, right? I was on with Rosanna this morning and Kurt, and I said it's going to be somewhere, I said plus or minus 5. So it was on a little bit of the minus 5, 4 years, 2 months. As I said, I think this judge, he said almost exactly what we predicted him to say. I know you've done a lot of good things, but I also need to take the bad things you've done into consideration, and therefore, here's my sentence. The prosecutor asking for 11 years was way beyond the pale. Department of Probation said 7 years, and he undercut them. I will tell you, no matter what they say when they come out here, the defense attorneys, I hope they're not going to get mad at me for saying this, they're going to go and have a great meal tonight. They signed up for a case where a guy was facing life in prison, and now a 50-year-old man will probably get out at 52 to 53 years old, which is 4 years younger than I am. He'll have his whole life ahead of him. He's got tens of millions of dollars in the bank, and hopefully he'll make this horrible situation as productive as possible. He's already started teaching classes in college, in law, in prison, and he'll make a positive impact on the young men, especially the men of our society, about what not to do when you achieve the level of success and fame and fortune that Sean Combs had achieved. And that obviously played a role in the judge's decision making.
So for perspective here, he's gotten more than 4 years, and we understand he was only convicted of 2 of the charges, but the evidence from the other charges that were thrown out were actually considered.
Is allowed, yeah. In federal court, that's allowed to come in. If you're over there in the state court, a lot less so. But here, the judge is allowed to take that into consideration. The judge must take into consideration the deterrent effect that it will have on the general public, not just on Sean Combs, but on sending a message to society that you can't do this, and if you do this, you're going to get severely punished.
So if you are a part of the prosecution team, how do you view this? What's your response there?
Well, you're already devastated from the acquittals from a couple of months ago, right? Because they were shooting for the moon, and they got nowhere close to the moon. I mean, look, they took down an international icon. They took down an international celebrity. So that's a notch in their belt, if you want to look at it that way. I don't think that's the appropriate way to look at it, but I know that's how they look at it. But they were looking to put this guy in jail for life, and that didn't happen. They were looking to put Eric Adams, the mayor, in jail for life. That case got dismissed. So they've taken it on the chin a little bit, and this is all from the prior U.S. attorney. This is not the current U.S. attorney who's here now.
So what are we to make of this 4 years? Is there any possibility he could have that reduced? Anything that he could do in prison?
So it's interesting. Had the judge sentenced him much more severely to what, let's say, what the prosecutor wanted, like 11 years.
11 years, 3 months.
I could see President Trump considering, like, that's just too much. But now, it's like the judge didn't really crush him. Those of us who practice in this courthouse, it's a tough place to be, man. This is a tough place to be. It's a tough place for a criminal defendant to get sentenced. And this cannot be, objectively speaking, this is not a harsh sentence from where it began. Again, the Department of Probation is supposed to be the objective arm of this, and they recommended 7 years. And the judge almost cut that in half. He cut it by a third. The defense has to be very proud of themselves and the job that they did securing this type of sentence. Of course, Sean Combs isn't happy. He wants to come on. He wants to be here right now, doing it, being on Fox 5.
He had speaking engagements lined up, as soon as next week, even if they were community centered or so. But we were hearing that, which some interpreted as a bit of arrogance, on his part.
Yeah, I don't know. I doubt that had an influence on the judge, but apparently he was picked up on voice calls, because all your calls, unless it's to your lawyer, are recorded. And so they told the judge, we heard a call, and he thinks he's going to be out next week. Yeah, that's not the way to go. I wouldn't be too happy. My client, I would be out. Do you have mind?
But do you think that influenced things last moment, or was this already set in his mind?
I doubt it. I think this judge, he's a young judge. He's a new judge. He's also a judge who clerked on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. He has an excellent reputation, not just for his intellect, but his judicial temperament by both sides, which is really, as a judge, where you want to be. I think he's probably was prepared 10 times over, and I'm pretty sure that this is what he was thinking before he walked into the room.
So at this point, where do we go from here? I mean, we're talking about the message that this sends to people.
Let me tell you where P. Diddy goes, which is good news for him. Anywhere is better than where he is. Anywhere is better. So he'll have some options as to which different, when I say options, he won't have the options, but the Department of the Bureau of Prisons will, right? And now I'm sure if you really look, it's still going on in there, but you request the judge, Your Honor, he'd like to be close to his children, so could he be in Florida? Or he wants to be close to his mother, I'm making this up a little bit, in California. The judge doesn't actually have the power to designate where he goes. The judge just makes a suggestion. The Bureau of Prison makes the ultimate call, but the lawyers can request and then tell you why he wants to be in one location or the other. But it will be, every part of his life will be enhanced. There's no worse place for him to be than the MDC, except maybe if it was a state case in Rikers Island. But and he'll probably be moved in a week. I mean, they'll move him relatively quickly because he's now a sentenced inmate, and MDC is typically for people waiting trial or waiting to be sentenced.
So in terms of the facility where he'll be, are we talking about maximum security? You think it'll be minimum security? Where does he fall on this spectrum?
If they put him in any kind of maximum security, it's not for him harming others, it's for others harming him, so he won't be, but he'll probably fight isolated. He'll probably fight hard against that because that's not a pleasant place to be. He'll probably wind up in a medium security environment where he'll be in a cell, but he'll probably have a lot of freedom of movement as opposed to in a minimum security where you're like in a huge dorm room, almost like an army barracks.
Well, look, let's ask you this. How did you think this was going to go? Because you've been commenting on all our shows. You've been watching this one. You certainly are in this field, in this profession. What were you thinking about this?
As I said this morning on Good Day, I was thinking it was a ±5. But then when I heard the judge's comments as I was walking here reading the live feed, I was a little nervous for Sean. Look, I know his defense team, so I'm rooting for them. Let me be honest. I was texting with Mark Agnifilo this morning. Xavier, who spoke today, was in my office earlier in the week. And obviously it's my field, so I'm rooting for them. But when the judge was saying, I've taken all your good deeds in, but there needs to be I think he used the word severe punishment. I'm like, oh boy. Then I'm thinking maybe he is going to go 7, 8, 9, but he didn't. So as I said, I know Sean wanted to come home today. I get it. I know his kids wanted to come home today. I'm a little bit more trenched in the realities of what it's like when the Southern District of New York charges you with such a serious crime. You're in front of such a serious judge. You're in front of what's known as the best U.S. Attorney's Office in the nation, and to walk away after all of this publicity, an 8-week trial, all of these the testimony, with basically he's going to wind up serving 3 years ultimately.
We also understand that he was fined. There's a $500,000 fine.
That's probably like me asking you for $5. I mean, I'm not being a wise guy, but I mean, it's probably literally, I don't know how much you got in your pocket, but you know what I'm saying.
So what does that mean, though? I mean, if the judge knew that this is like asking the average person for $5, why even do it?
I think that's the maximum. I think he can get $250 on each count. I think is the maximum fine.
Because that's the man's charge.
I think he gave him the maximum on each count. Right. So look, again, he didn't get convicted of such a serious crime, but as you said earlier, it was all the evidence beforehand. That video, you can't escape that video of him beating up that young lady, her testimony, the letter that she wrote. He wrote a letter to the judge that submitted last night. Sean Combs did. I'm a changed man. I found God. I'm sorry. Of course, that had some impact. But the letter from Cassie Ventura saying, he did all this to me. I contemplated suicide. I'm still afraid of him to this day. Those are the kinds of things that move judges. And I'm speaking from experience, and where judges have put that on the record, that, you still have people out there, and he said it, the judge said it, you caused both of these women to consider taking their own lives. The judge said he considered that.
The judge also referred to the fact in addressing the remorse, if you will, that Combs supposedly had when making his statements. The judge told him that even after the Cassie video, you still attacked Jane, punched her in the head. That was also part of the comments in today's sentencing.
I will tell you, having done this for quite some time myself, the way the judge set it up, I did not think 50 months was coming out of his mouth. I thought you were going to hear 72, 86, something a little more severe.
So the judge, we understand, we're getting a quote from him that Combs' immense, this is a direct quote, financial resources essentially enabled these crimes. If that is the case, what do we do with that? He still has his immense financial resources.
Listen, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Sean Combs has learned his lesson. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he never wants to see the inside of a jail cell again. Now, to contradict myself, my father represented Jennifer Lopez at that courthouse across the street when he was on trial for his life again for the shooting, the attempted murder 20 some odd years ago, and with Johnny Cochran and Ben Brofman, and he was found not guilty. You would think after coming that close to spending life in prison, you would live life a little differently, and he didn't. Now, he was a much younger person. He's a much older person now. So hopefully he's learned his lesson, and he'll use that money and that power and that prestige and his brilliance, because you got to give the guy credit for what he's achieved, for good, to go in and Fox 5, Lisa Evers, Street Soldiers, to go in and talk to these young guys who think going into a gang is the way to go. Sean Combs will be in a position to be like, look, I've been in prison. It's not where you guys want to be. It's not what you want to do, and use this negative for a positive.
The court of public opinion is certainly going to weigh heavy, because that Cassie video from 2016 is very hard to shake. It's notorious. It's infamous. So if the things that you are suggesting you would advise a client to do, he in fact does, then maybe there is a path, to doing
back into society. Listen, he's got a lot to make up for, and I don't think he's going to be walking down the red carpet at the Grammys anytime soon. I don't think think he's going to be at the Oscars anytime soon. But I think if he went to the Police Athletic League in the Bronx, he'd be welcomed with open arms, or in Chicago or in LA or in Miami, and say, look, let me go in and talk to these kids. Look, he's already doing it, right?
Yeah,
he's already doing it in prison. So you got to try, when life gives you lemons, you got to figure out a way to make lemonade, and that will help him, because don't forget, he's going to be on post-release supervision.
Right.
Yes. So it's not, when he gets released, they're going to look at what he does. He can't jaywalk. I mean, he can't spit on the street.
No, he has to walk
He can't play his radio too loud. I mean, he's literally got to be, because the judge could put you back in for the period of time of the post-release supervision. So I anticipate and his lawyers vouched for him. His lawyers said, look, you let him out, we'll watch him. We'll keep our eye on him. And I imagine that they will. They're all very, very close now. When you live through a trial like this, you become family.
I'm just keeping my eye on the podium, because we know at some point that someone will be coming to talk, to make a statement, whether it's the defense, whether it's the prosecution.
Well, probably what happens now, just so you know, is Sean will go back into a holding cell in here, and then his team will go and see him. And it's a balancing test, because I'm telling you from personal experience, they are, if not happy, the defense team, they are relieved that was 50 months and
as
not
opposed to 20 years.
Exactly. So they are relieved, even though speaking to them, I think we're going to get probation. They weren't going to get probation.
So just to clarify for anyone who may be joining us, Sean Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 50 months in prison for the crimes for which he was convicted. Now, there was a moment where the judge spoke directly to Sean, and he says, Mr. Combs, you and your family, you're going to get through it, that there is a light at the end of this tunnel. That's a direct quote. What does that say about the judge in this particular case?
Well, as I said, he's a brand new judge, brand new, but he's already enjoying an excellent reputation for his intelligence, his knowledge of the law, and his judicial temperament. And that's judicial temperament. That's and compassion and empathy. So right now, literally in these minutes, you have defense attorneys, 8 of them, 9 of them, sitting there talking to him,
right,
and saying, Sean, we know you're disappointed, and but we're going to get you in a good facility. You're going to do some programming, and in 24 to 30, they'll have all the math. 32 months, you'll be in a halfway house, and you'll be back on track. And you got to just keep that in perspective. Lisa Evers just covered a case across the
side, and at that point, try to
we'll
gather
be talking
a phone
to her
and get out. And,
yeah, I mean, where a guy was facing 20 years and he went in 2 days ago for 5 years. Of course, he was disappointed going in for 5 years, where he's going to have to do 4. But it's a heck of a lot better than 20.
And again, as you pointed out, time served will be factored into that.
100%.
So, what is it? 85% of the time that you have to do?
Right. So he's already been in 13 or 14 months, and then you add a little bit onto that, and then the carrot they hold over you when you're incarcerated is, if you're good, you get that 85%. If you pay attention, you abide by all the rules and all the laws inside the prison. So that's why you abide. So you get that 85%. But they also release you on a halfway house, also even before the 85%, where you go in a facility and you're allowed to leave at 8 o'clock in the morning and come back at 8 o'clock at night. You got to look for a job. You have to be productive, looking for a job, doing volunteer work, something like that.
This is something that they're going to do for him? Allow him to leave? I mean, this is one of the wealthiest, most famous men in the world.
In 2.5 years, it's definitely in the realm. He's going to be a model prisoner. He has been already. He will be. So I could definitely see that happen.
We're going to have to leave it right there, because we know we're about to toss back to the studio so that Linda can set up for our 5 o'clock news. But Linda, as we say goodbye to you, we will be in this place and at some point joined by Lisa Evers, who's been in the courtroom all day. So for Arthur Idala, for Duarte Geraldino, we're going to now send things back inside to you from Lower Manhattan.
All right, Antoine Duarte, Arthur Idala, thanks very much. One last thing here. The judge in court saying to Ms. Ventura and the other brave survivors that came forward, I want to first say we heard you. All right, continuing coverage now on the 5 o'clock news.
Right now on the 5 o'clock news.
All right, we are following breaking news as we come on air at 5 o'clock tonight. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to 4 years, 2 months behind bars. We are live outside the courthouse with reaction pouring in as we speak. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. The news coming in within the last 15 minutes.
All right, we have extensive Fox 5 team coverage.
And we kick things off with our team, Antoine Lewis and Duarte Geraldino, live with the big story at 5.
The big headline that is undeniable after all these months, this trial, that we have a verdict, 50 months in prison for Sean Diddy Combs. Antoine, you've been covering this all day. The tension was so high.
It was.
What do you think about this?
Well, absolutely. We were shocked and, if you will, surprised because the recommendation, Combs was convicted in July, found guilty of the lesser of the two of the four charges. So we're talking about the Mann Act, transportation to engage in prostitution. And that carried a maximum of 10. So he was looking potentially at 20 years. But the fact that 50 months came in and he's already got time served is figuring in. So we're now talking somewhere less than 4, and then that would then determine where he would go from there. But the fact of the matter is that the judge also this morning talked to Combs, feeling that Combs had not expressed any remorse, for his actions of the two charges that he was convicted of. So when Combs took the stand, what was it, around 4 o'clock or so this afternoon, among the first things he had to do was try to address that matter. And we know that when he was on the stand that he cried, he took it, what were the words that he used? He was disgusted, shameful, and sick by his actions, leading up to all of this, and of course the casting video and all of that. So at some point the judge, who had the choice of either giving him the max of 20, or following the Department of Probation's recommendations of somewhere between 6 to maybe 7, just over 7 years, there. But the judge did admonish Combs and telling him that he didn't feel that he'd brought in enough, to validate, like that. And he also had to take into consideration the impact to the public, when making this decision.
We also know that he was also fined $500,000, $250,000 for each of those counts for which he was convicted. But 4 years after all of this, it would seem like this is an extraordinary victory for his defense team, even though he is still going to be behind bars for several years to come.
Right. When you were talking to Arthur earlier, Arthur Idala, our coverage, we bring Arthur in now. Arthur, just to weigh in on the fact about the amount of time that was given and how that's interpreted from your perspective, being, a criminal defense attorney.
So, as someone who practices in this courthouse, if I was one of Sean Combs' supporters out here, when I heard the number 50 months, I would have been yelling and screaming the way they were yelling and screaming at the verdict. And I'm being sincere, because in this courthouse, the judges typically are known as being of handing down pretty heavy sentences. And this is not a heavy sentence, all things considered. He's facing 20. They wanted 11. Probation has 7. And he goes and cuts probation by at least a third, pardon me for the math, and he's already got 14 months out of the 50 in, which probably counts as like 16, almost 17 months, and then 50 won't really be 50, it'll probably be like 43 or 44. Where he started the day he surrendered and where he is today, he's got to be breathing a sigh of relief, even though I'm sure he's very disappointed. I'm sure he really wanted to come out here and be interviewed by you guys today. But, I can tell you this, as someone who's been here a long time, there are other judges in this courthouse. This would not have been the sentence. There's no way they would have gone below the probation recommendation of 7 years. So the defense team deserves an enormous amount of credit. Mr. Combs deserves a lot of credit for the letter he wrote last night and speaking to the judge today. And the judge, look, he's obviously took all of this into consideration. You're talking about a judge who's a rookie as a judge, but not a rookie as a lawyer. He clerked in the United States Supreme Court. He was a prosecutor. He was in private practice. He took a huge pay cut to come on the bench. His heart is in the right place. He's intelligent. He was empathetic to Sean Combs, saying, you and your family are going to get through this.
It sounds like you're saying he was fair.
He was fair. He was more than fair. I will tell you, he was fair, leaning towards lenient towards Sean Combs. One of the factors that any judge in federal court sentencing by law has to take into consideration is deterrence, general deterrence. Besides specific deterrence, saying, Mr. Combs, I need to punish you so that you don't do this again. I also need to punish you so that the whole world knows, because the whole world is watching, if you do these acts, there's going to be severe consequences. And that's where a judge can kind of lean into a heavier sentence. The judge didn't do this. He started off saying, I think there needs to be a significant sentence. And I was like, uh-oh, he's in trouble. 50 months here, of course. anyone who goes to jail, you don't understand, 1 day in jail is horrible. 1 day in jail is horrible. People telling you when you can go to the bathroom, when you can eat, when you can sleep. The lights are on all the time. I mean, it's not a place that you want. I visit prison, and I can't wait to get out of there, knowing I'm going to leave. So Sean Combs and his defense team should be breathing a sigh of relief.
So he got 50 months, and in the same breath, the judge says to his victims, "We hear you." Do you think he heard them? What do you think the reaction to the people who were victimized? That video is so difficult to get out of anyone's mind who has ever seen it. Did the judge hear them?
I think he did. I think if that video didn't exist, he may have gotten less. Look, the Mann Act is a crime that wasn't even prosecuted until lately.
Further perspective, the Mann Act basically involves going to like a brothel or where there's
over
some
state
sort of
line
commercial.
But it's got to be over state lines.
Over state lines,
right?
It usually involves some sort of commercial aspect, meaning like paying for a service or something like that. Correct?
Yeah. So they talked about doing it with our governor, Elliot Spitzer. They talked about doing it with my former client and now very good friend Lawrence Taylor, the New York Giant player. But when they called me about Lawrence Taylor, I said, "You're going to bring a Mann Act charge because he went to New Jersey and got a prostitute?" I go, "You guys haven't done it in 100 years." But lately, that was 15 years ago. Lately, they have been looking at the Mann Act and bringing some case. And there was one case where someone did get significantly sentenced, and that's what the prosecutor leaned on today. That we do, Judge, we could show you there is a precedent to sending someone to jail for 20 years. But they were exigent circumstances here. The judge did not fall for that. If the video didn't exist, I don't even know. Sean may have even gotten a lighter sentence.
So speaking about that video and a lot of the evidence, we know that he was acquitted of some of these charges, and yet that evidence was still taken into consideration when the judge came up with his sentencing. Talk about that.
The judge didn't do anything wrong. That is the law. I don't agree with it. I was involved in a case where there was in this courthouse, and it was a homicide case, and he was found not guilty of the homicide, but guilty of some lesser drug charges, and the judge banged the heck out of him on the lesser drug charges because I heard the evidence about the homicide, and even though the jury didn't believe it, I'm taking it into consideration. To some degree, that's what happened here. To some degree, it's part of the rules we live by. The judge is allowed to take your whole life into consideration, everything about you. And look, the defense wanted them to, right? The defense said, look at all his good acts. Look at the charter school. Look at the donations. Look at his children. Look at his mother. So the judge said, I can't just look at all the good stuff and not look at all the bad stuff. And he said that. The judge said, I have to take both sides into consideration. Again, when he said a significant jail sentence is in order here, I said out loud, walking to you guys, I was like, that like this is going to be rough. 50 months under these circumstances. As I said, if I'm Mark Agnifilo, the lead lawyer, who's a friend of mine, I'd be opening up a good bottle of red wine tonight and say, I kind of saved the guy's life.
And to understand where he's going next, are we thinking, and you mentioned this before, what type of prison might he be going to?
Well, I'm sure Lisa, whoever's coming out to help us out, will be able to talk about what his lawyers asked for. The lawyers can ask the judge to make a recommendation, and I'm sure they know where they want. There's different facilities. Sometimes you ask to be close to your children. Sometimes you ask for a facility to be close to your older mother. So they'll make that determination. They'll take his security risk to himself. He's a target. So where are they going to put him to protect Sean, not to protect the inmates from Sean? And then ultimately the Bureau of Prisons will make that decision, and he'll have a much better life than he's had the last year at the MDC.
Thank you so much. You want to toss it back to the studio for some more information?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we just want to interject here because we've got Lisa Evers, who's on the phone right now. She spent the entire day inside the courtroom and can really paint a picture of what Diddy did the moment that he found out his fate.
Natasha, I'm just about at our camera over here. He was completely motionless when the judge read that sentence that it would be 50 months. That's 4 years and 2 months, and that also 5 years supervised release after that. I just got over to the camera right here, so I'm going to walk over to where everybody is. But what an emotional day! Diddy breaking down, making a statement to the court and then breaking down as he turned to his mother to apologize to his mother. And are we good here? I think I'm going to go on the. Do you guys have me on the camera?
Yeah, we can hear you. And Lisa, we're seeing the images of him just with his hands in his face. Just what was that moment? Just kind of witnessing all of that.
It was so, the whole day was so emotional. Let me switch over to the microphone here and get rid of my phone.
Yeah, we see you on camera now.
So the whole day, Natasha, was really emotional because, you know, right before the lunch break, early afternoon, we had we heard from the kids. Each one of his 6 children got up and spoke to the court, and Diddy got very emotional. The kids got very emotional, and then just a short time ago, within the last hour, as everything was wrapping up here, he was allowed at the very end of it all to address, Diddy was allowed to address the court. So he got up, he stood up, and he waited a couple of minutes before he gathered his thoughts and everything, and he started apologizing to everybody. He said, I apologize to the judge, I apologize to Miss Ventura, I apologize to Jane, I apologize. And he goes, I knew better, and he admitted that. He goes, I knew better. And then he turned around to his mother. His mother was like 2 or 3 rows back, and he goes, and my mother raised me better than that. And then he kind of broke down, and then he turned around, and the kids were just all, like they were just motionless at that point. They're back in the rows and sitting there. And then he was, he did these apologies. He said that I would like another chance. I want a chance to be a father. The kids, they're very, very powerful presence. I mean, to see these 6 beautiful young people, that are all there in support of him. His mother there being very strong. They showed a video right before the lunch break also that showed him when his mother had brain surgery. He was by her side, sleeping in the hospital by her bed, feeding his mother, and it was just that part was very, very moving. But the judge, and he gave an
How long did he speak for, the judge, before he actually said 50 months?
He spoke for quite a bit because the judge first, and also too, there were other people that were there at the sentencing this afternoon. They had, the defense team spoke, all of those lawyers. They also brought in a reverend. Community activist from Miami. I think they were really hoping he'd walk out of there today and get, be in Miami this weekend, and that, at his mansion, his mother lives in Miami, and they had the Reverend spoke about, redemption, and spoke about how he was really working with people that had been formerly incarcerated. Then they had somebody, the judge allowed. This is now we're looking at 4 o'clock here on the clock. The judge allowed them to bring in a re-entry expert, a formerly incarcerated individual. Giovanni Saris from Miami, from this first step program that he runs, and he said that yes, Mr. Combs would be a big asset to us to talk to people that are going through this whole going through imprisonment, because also what came out, I mean, there were so many things that came out today. The number one, they were doing that because they said at MDC, which we all know how terrible the conditions are there, at MDC.
Yes, we do.
They said that he had stopped the gang violence, because there'd been a tremendous amount of gang violence, as you all know, at MDC between the different factions, because that's, the different gangs and the different sets run certain sections of the jail, of the detention center. So Diddy had started a 6-week business course to try, and said, listen, okay, the only rule is no fighting, no stabbing. This was after.
But that goes a long way in a judge's calculation of somebody.
Well, this is all sort of critical. I want to get back to this, but let's toss it back to the studio for a moment.
And let me dial in. Yeah, let me get connected in so I can hear.
Back over to you guys.
We have so much more.
Arthur Duarte, we appreciate it, and we will check back in with you shortly. Thanks so much for your perspective on this big announcement today. Of course, Diddy being sentenced to 50 months behind bars. And stay with Fox 5 for continuing coverage of Diddy's sentencing. We're also going to be posting updates on our free Fox local app. We'll have more of the 5 o'clock news after this break.
very short.
Do you think it's safe to say family member?
Yes. We have a hard time with these like groups and stuff. At least. Yeah. Just a lot. Family.
Okay, be ready.
That's too loud. Don't do that.
All right, we continue to follow more breaking news. Hamas has accepted some parts of President Trump's plan to end the war in Gaza, including the release of all remaining hostages.
Fox 8's Stephanie Bertini is live at the Israeli consulate on the east side with all the details. Steph?
Hey, good evening. So these details just coming down. What we do know is that Hamas is accepting some elements of a deal put forth by President Trump, and the elements include releasing all of those remaining hostages, as is now being widely reported. But Hamas says other elements require further consultation among Palestinians. As the war reaches its 2-year mark, President Trump said Hamas must accept the deal by Sunday, or else greater force would be the result. The U.S. heavily allied with Israel since Hamas militants attacked and took hostages, which led to the start of the war. President Trump's peace plan has been accepted by Israel and welcomed internationally, but key mediators in Qatar and Egypt have said some elements need further negotiations. There are not exact details out right now about any specifics on what those further negotiations or those elements are. Under the plan, which the president unveiled earlier this week alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Hamas would immediately release the remaining 48 hostages, around 20 of them believed to be alive. Hamas would also give up power and disarm, although there's no indication at this time that Hamas is willing to do that. In return, Israel would halt its offensive and withdraw from much of the territory, release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and allow an influx of humanitarian aid and eventual reconstruction in the area. The effects of the war have been felt internationally, including here in New York City. The release of the hostages is something that many have been pushing for since day one of this conflict. Back to you inside.
Well, thanks, Stephanie. And breaking news out of Washington. A government funding vote fails in the Senate. Yet again, a Republican bill that would reopen the government fell short of the 60 votes needed to end a filibuster and pass the legislation. With senators set to leave for the weekend, hope is fading for a quick end to the shutdown, which is now in its third day. Republicans looking to reopen the government under current spending levels. Democrats holding out for more health care spending.
Programs are life and death for many veterans. The fact of the matter is veterans have held up their side of the bargain.
There are real people being hurt right now. We have women, infants, and children nutrition programs that are now not funded. You have veterans health services that are not funded. FEMA, many of their services are stalled right now in the middle of a hurricane season.
President Trump also threatening to lay off federal workers rather than furlough them.
Well, the Trump administration is restoring $187 million in counterterrorism funding for New York that it had previously planned to cut. The New York Times was the first to report that change, saying according to White House officials, the Department of Homeland Security made the cuts without explanation and without approval of the president. Governor Hochul released a statement saying she's glad President Trump heard our call and reversed course. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch also reacting to the news today.
This reversal ensures that the women and men of the NYPD will continue to have the resources that they need to keep the city safe from terrorism.
The federal funding will help support various law enforcement efforts, including intelligence operations and emergency preparedness.
All right, we'll be right back in a moment. Nick will be up with a check of the forecast.
Sarah, how are you? Put your camera above mine. Put it.
Reach in. Oh shit! What's up, man? You got it? They're gonna have the press conference now.
Be careful, be careful. Take out your bag, because you're going to turn.
Is more people coming out?
His mom.
Morning, who is it?
Such a lovely day today.
It's so nice today, Nick. We got a nice little taste of fall, but it's going to heat up once again.
It is. We're going to take a little step backwards a couple of months into July as we're going into this weekend, as you're going to see in the forecast. But today was fantastic. I mean, 71, 54, just about average, really. And another day of blue sky. Hope you enjoyed it. More nice weather again for the weekend as the warm-up comes our way. 38, the record low, though, that was back in 1888. So those record lows are getting down there. Record high was 87, and neither of those are happening anytime soon. With 69 now with the sunshine. A variable wind, mostly southerly. That'll be southwesterly tonight. Humidity 45%. Pressure has fallen off a little, but it's still pretty strong, 30.27. And we're still in the low to even middle 70s at this hour. Look at Poughkeepsie, 74. 72 at Newark. 60s you get back along the coast here. Low 70s heading up to Connecticut and parts of eastern Pennsylvania, too. And these numbers, yes, as you can imagine, are significantly warmer than yesterday. Fort as much as 9 degrees. And it'll be about another big warm-up tomorrow with high temperatures from today, about 10 degrees higher as well. All right, there's the wind flow. Again, notice it's now more southerly to southwesterly. That will continue into the weekend, raising those temperatures as well as, again, we'll be pretty much in the low 80s many spots tomorrow, except some coastal locales. But look at the highs for the day, 71, the popular number. Bridgeport, White Plains, down to Islip City, Belmar, heading up towards Scranton and Monticello as well. Look at Newark, 75 today. Low 70s up towards Hartford and Connecticut. Boston there at 73. Low to mid-70s stretching across upstate New York, and those 70s taking us down to State College, PA. Atlantic City slightly cooler, and low 70s to Washington, D.C. But wow, look to the west. It's another day of 80-plus degree weather. Chicago has been 80s quite recently, the last 3, 4, 5 days in a row. They're still 88 for their high. Detroit 83, Cleveland 81. So with those temperatures in the 80s and the wind aiming to the west-southwest, again, we're going to be seeing our temperatures rise on up into the 80s as well. All right, there's our satellite radar look. Not much to see. Again, it's just been a nice clear sky out there, so it will stay that way tonight. Sky stays clear as we head into tomorrow. Sky stays clear, sunshine going on. And keep an eye on that little disturbance out off the Bahamas, but nothing big happening at the moment. As we travel westward across the country, you're going to see really not much else happening. Again, the dry weather continues all the way towards the Rockies. This is the next weather feature coming our way, and that may produce, again, the potential for some showers, but not until late Tuesday night on into Wednesday. Right now, that big ridge of high pressure kind of sitting along the East Coast, sort of acting as a little block to anything coming our way. And as it settles in further to the south and west, again, we'll continue to see that airflow circulate around the high, make that move out of the west to southwest with clear weather for tonight and sunshine for tomorrow. We head into Saturday night, and you can see the same kind of deal. It stays clear. And we head into Sunday. You can see the same kind of deal. It stays sunny, so good weekend coming up. Of course, as I've been saying for a while, we need some rain because of our drought situation, but that won't arrive until Wednesday. 59 tonight in the city. It's upper 40s to lower 50s in those cooler suburbs. Again, a clear sky. Beautiful Saturday, sunny and a warmer day. Mid to upper 70s the coast, but 81 in the city. And there'll be some low 80s as well in them, maybe even as high as 84, 85 or so. All right, there's a 7-day, 83 for Sunday, 81 for Monday, and still 80 on Tuesday. So we stay right there. 60s at night. There's a chance of rain. It's probably going to come in late Tuesday night, but certainly for Wednesday, 73. Then it is, after all, October. So you see by Thursday and Friday, it turns a bit windy. On Thursday, only 62 for the high, back to 64 on Friday with some sunshine. Steve and Natasha.
Looks good. All right, Nick, thank you so much. And back to our top story tonight. Breaking news, Diddy's sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison.
That's right. We have a team of reporters outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We're going to check back in with them after this.
You allowing that? Where's Gloria? We should appreciate each other, not Mike. We'll figure it out afterwards, huh? I got it. Good? I didn't know that. 39 Canal Center Top-Ed for people selling counterfeit bags and watches outside the store. No weapons, no injuries. What's up about yesterday?
Who's that, the mama? Oh, that's the mother. She's not compared.
Love you. Love you. We love you, Mama. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Love you, Mama Cole. Mama Cole. We love you, Mama Cole. We love you, Mama Cole. We love you.
We're following breaking news tonight at 5:30. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to 4 years, 2 months behind bars. We continue our live team coverage right now. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. Diddy's family leaving the courthouse just a short time ago after hearing the judge's sentence.
All right, we have extensive Fox 5 team coverage. Let's go live outside Lower Manhattan Courthouse, where Fox 5's Lisa Evers, Duarte Geraldino, and Antoine Lewis. He's not there right now, but Arthur Aidala have been on top of the story all evening for us. Okay, guys, let's get reaction. And you know, Lisa, I'd actually like to start with you. I'm just seeing word come down from one of Cassie's lawyers, a statement attributed to her that reads, while nothing can undo the trauma caused by Combs, the sentence imposed today recognizes the impact of the serious offenses he committed. That was according to attorney Douglas Wigdor. Let's start with that. Reaction from the victim's perspective on this sentence.
Well, Steve, let me tell you also what was going on inside the courtroom, because the way that the judge ended the sentencing, he said there was nothing good about this case except the bravery of these victims, particularly Jane and Cassie Ventura, for speaking up and proving to the world that what goes on behind closed doors that is wrong will see the day of light, and that it will become known. And he cited their bravery multiple times, but that referring to the victims, and he said he brought them in at several different points during the rather lengthy explanation he gave at the end of the sentencing. But the courtroom was packed. It was very, very emotional, and at times Combs was just completely transfixed and going like this. And, the judge going out of his way to acknowledge all of the arguments made by the defense, but really taking his hat off, so to speak, to the victims and their bravery and saying, no matter what you're saying, yes, he's obviously a family man. He's obviously been a trailblazer, especially for young black men and boys. But that is not going to take away this voluminous testimony. He said massive amount of evidence of his abuse against women.
You were in that courtroom for months, and you've been up since 4 in the morning today. What was it like?
No food.
Inside that courtroom? Did you see a transformation?
Yeah, we totally saw a transformation, because for one thing, you guys know that the security is very, very tight. This was on an extra high level of security today, because they just knew there were going to be huge crowds. There was an extra row for his family and friends. He had 4 rows on his side of the courtroom that were all there. And when he came in, he had his hands folded, turned to his family, and just went kind of like this, and then sat down. He broke down when his kids were speaking right before the lunch break. This was just before 1 o'clock this afternoon. He broke down when he saw the kids, and you see the girls, and they're saying, "We lost our mother, now we lost our father," and it's like, let
me tell you this, Lisa. The judge could not have been more accommodating. I practice in this courthouse all the time. I know almost all of the judges. Just so you understand, what you saw today does not always happen, where they're allowing reverends to speak and re-entry people to speak. Right. And how many people spoke today? 5 lawyers?
A lot spoke. They had the lawyers. I have it on my other notes, but there were like 4 or 5 of the lawyers spoke. This is after the lunch break, and we're going like, one of the court officers said to me on the side, he goes, "Well, just so you know, we're prepared for another day of this on Monday." I'm like going, "Oh my gosh!" And I thought they were just
to give you an example. When we did the sentencing on Harvey Weinstein 5 years ago, the judge only allowed 1 lawyer to speak.
No, they had all one.
He would only allow 1 lawyer to speak.
His legal team is 7 or 8 people.
I know.
Nicole Westmoreland spoke. Xavier Donaldson spoke about Miami. Agnifilo spoke. Brian Steele spoke. They all spoke, and then that was then followed by the Reverend from Miami, who was talking about the good work that Diddy could be doing to help other men facing incarceration.
I will tell you, today was a great day for the judge, to the legal community, from the little network that I live in, because he was thoughtful, intelligent, accommodating, empathetic to both sides. Right? He said all these nice things about the women, but he also said to Sean at the end, "You'll get through this. You and your family will get through this. There's light at the end of the tunnel."
Right.
And he clearly weighed both sides, the good things you did and the bad things you did. I'm not giving you asking for probation or 14 months is what the defense. He said that was ridiculous.
Right.
Asking for 11 years, that was ridiculous.
He said, neither side got what the defense asked for. Basically time served. So people in his camp were telling me, "Oh, Lisa, there's going to be a dinner tonight celebrating Diddy walking out of court." I didn't think that was going to happen. And then the prosecution wanted 11 years and 3 months.
I knew that wasn't going to happen.
And we knew that wasn't going to happen because the sentencing requirement was like 60 to 84 months.
Well, that's
so it was
what
a little bit less.
Probation said.
In the TSR, the sentencing report.
The PSR, the pre-sentencing report, the PSR.
The PSR, the pre-sentencing report. But I think the thing that was amazing with the way the judge handled it too was he was like, "Listen, I acknowledge you have a lot of love from your family. I acknowledge that you're trying to rehabilitate, keep yourself busy, other inmates, and help them. But the fact of the matter remains, this abuse against these women, particularly Jane and Cassie Ventura, was so well documented. He used the word massive for the amounts of evidence, and he said the other thing that got them, that seemed to be a very big factor in him getting more time, was they said even after the prosecution brought it up, the judge brought it up as well too. He said even after he knew in August of 2024 that it was late summer, because it was before he was arrested in September here in New York, He said even after Diddy knew he was under federal investigation, even after months after the homes had been raided, after all of this had gone on, he engaged in a hotel night with Jane where he kicked down 5 doors to get to her. She was hiding for her life. And, that it just showed that he had a disregard for the entire system, which they didn't like.
Because we want to go back to the studio, but is there any way that he could have escaped that video?
The Cassie video.
Yeah.
No. It was relevant evidence. It went right to the heart of the crime, of the abuse, of the force that was used.
Coercion.
The coercion. So that was not going to be his. And he paid for that. Had that video not existed, I don't even know if he would have gotten such a sentence. But I will tell you, no matter what these defense attorneys come out and say, and I know they were planning on having a celebratory dinner, they did an unbelievable job from where they were 14 months ago to where they are today.
Compared to where they are today.
On that
Thank you
note,
so much. We'll toss it back to the studio.
I just want to interject really quickly a question for Arthur Aidala there. Maybe walk us through the sentencing for our viewers. How much of that time is actually going to be served by Diddy? And then also, can Diddy's legal team appeal the judge's decision to a higher court?
Oh, you guys asking. Let me ask him those 2 questions because he doesn't have an IP. So first of all, how much of this 50 months will Diddy actually end up serving? Because you guys have that math, special math you do with these things.
Off the top of my head, let's say he's going to have to do 42-ish, but he's already done 14 of the 42-ish, so 42, 32. He's going to be eligible for a halfway house in less than 3 years, like 2 years and maybe 10 months or something along those lines. I anticipate him being a model prisoner, abiding by all the rules, taking advantage of every program. Look, he's a drug addict. He's admitted that.
Right.
He will take drug treatment programs in there. That will help him reduce some of his jail time. So, again, as I said a moment ago, his defense team, who's looking at a client who's facing life in prison, who's going to be out before he's my age, he'll be okay.
But Arthur, what about in terms of appealing this sentence? Is that possible?
Absolutely. I'm sure they'll appeal it. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get to the White House and see if President Trump would consider commuting his sentence, lowering it a little bit. But the sentence wasn't severe enough. I think he would have been in a better position to do that if the judge gave him 11 years or 12 years. But, if you're saying he'll be out in 2.5 years, that is not an enormous amount of time, especially coming out of this courthouse where people go away.
Two federal crimes.
Much longer.
So on that note, we want to toss it back to the studio so we can gather some more news. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, very fascinating conversation. We'll have to leave it there. And of course, stay with us, though, Fox 5, for continuing coverage of Diddy's sentencing. We're going to be posting any updates on our free Fox local app. More of the 5 o'clock news is after this.
and that he was actually conducting business courses for the other inmates on the condition that they not commit any acts of violence. So there was a lot of testimony, but then the judge, as he was delivering at those last minutes, the courtroom was always very, very quiet, but it was extra quiet when the judge started talking. He said, despite all of this family support, despite all these things, despite Sean Combs saying that he's like clean and sober for the first time in many, many years while he's been at the MDC, he said this does not erase the massive evidence on the record of the trauma, the real pain he caused to real people, namely Cassie Ventura and Jane. And then at the end, after this whole long explanation, which the judge acknowledged, everything that both sides have been saying, he said, there's nothing good about this case, he said, except the heroism shown by Cassie Ventura and Jane in speaking out and the message that sends to domestic violence victims and survivors all around the world. Now, also, we saw in the hallways outside, I was in the main courtroom, outside as I was leaving, we saw women's rights activist, lawyer, Gloria Allred. She represents a couple of people in suits against Diddy. Not clear how much money she could possibly get from him now, because his lawyer said he's completely broke. But here's what Gloria Allred had to say. Let's take a listen.
Basically had a lot of good things to say, the judge did, about Mr. Combs and his contribution to the community over many years and to racial justice. But on the other hand, he has to pay the price for what he did.
Okay, now, right now, let's bring in prominent criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel. Peter, when you hear this sentence of 40, all of the 50 months total of 4 years and 2 months, I mean, is that heavy, light? Where does that stand in your calculations?
Let's put this in some greater context. 14 months ago, we were here, and he was looking at a RICO charge that carried a potential life sentence, sex trafficking charges that carried 15-year minimums. Even today, you had the government asking for 11 years. You had probation recommending something in the area of 70 to 87 months.
Right.
He walks away, not literally, but walks away with a sentence of 50 months, having already served 14. He may not be happy, but he should be.
So do they down the road apply? Does his team apply to have the 14 months applied to the 50 months?
So automatically, he's going to get credit for every minute that he's been in jail. Automatically. So you can already reduce that 50-month sentence by the time he's been in MDC. And then
the court, Agnifilo, his lead attorney, told the court that he wanted until Monday to figure out where they were going to request him to go. So since this is a federal case and he's in the federal system, what are some of the options that he could go to serve out this time?
So typically what will happen is, after consultation with the attorney, the client will say that he would like to stay on the East Coast close to family, or like to go to a particular region in the country. The judge can make that recommendation to the Bureau of Prisons, but it's not necessarily binding. So they're also going to have to find a prison that's appropriate for Sean Combs. He can't just go anywhere.
Right, and they said he needs to have drug treatment, he needs to have other therapy about all of the issues leading to the violent acts.
And to your point, drug treatment, programming, are things that can further reduce his sentence and get him to a halfway house even sooner.
Oh, wow. And then in terms of appealing this, is it likely that they'll appeal this, do you think? Or?
I don't think there's any question that there will be appeals. They're certainly going to appeal the convictions for the Mann Act convictions.
Right.
They'd have a better possibility of success if he had been sentenced to a higher number, which obviously he wouldn't have wanted to have happen. But also keep in mind, there was a lot of relevant conduct that this judge heard, and as they say, you can't unring the bell.
Right. The video.
Right. But the judge also said, I'm not sentencing you for the acquitted conduct. I'm sentencing you for the code 3553A factors,
which are the force, the violence.
It's the history and background, what's necessary, not what's more than necessary, protecting society, things of that nature.
So a lot to consider here, Peter. I wish we had more time, but thank you so much for being with us.
My pleasure.
To help break this all down, and we're reporting live here from federal court. I'm Lisa Evers. Steve and Natasha, back to you in the studio.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Peter. Also breaking tonight, Hamas now saying it has accepted some elements of President Trump's peace plan.
And that includes the release of all remaining hostages and giving up power in Gaza. Fox 5's Stephanie Bertini is live at the Israeli consulate on the east side with all the details. Steph?
Natasha, Steve, we just learned that the president is calling for Israel to immediately stop bombing Gaza because Hamas says it's open to negotiation now. Hamas is accepting some elements of a deal put down by the president to end the war in the Gaza Strip, and that includes releasing all remaining hostages, something many have been calling for since the beginning of the conflict, now reaching its second year. Hamas says other elements require further consultation among Palestinians. So while Hamas is agreeing to some elements of President Trump's deal, there are some Hamas is saying require further negotiation. As the war now reaches that 2-year mark, the president said Hamas must accept the deal by Sunday, or else greater force would be the result if that deadline was not met. The U.S. heavily allied with Israel since Hamas militants attacked and took hostages, which led to the start of the war. President Trump's peace plan has been accepted by Israel and welcomed internationally. But key mediators in Qatar and Egypt have said some elements need further negotiation. There's no exact details, rather, on the specifics on what elements are being labeled as requiring more negotiation. Under the plan, which President Trump unveiled earlier this week alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Hamas would immediately release the remaining 48 hostages. Around 20 of those hostages are believed to still be alive. Hamas would also give up power and disarm, although there's no indication that Hamas would be willing to do that at this time. In return, Israel would halt its offensive and withdraw from much of the territory, release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and allow an influx of humanitarian aid and eventual reconstruction. Now, the release of hostages is something that we've been hearing many call for a long time now, and this conflict has affected so many internationally, including, as you both well know, right here in New York City. Throwing it back inside.
Indeed. All right. Thanks, Stephanie. Developing tonight, the government shutdown continues after the Senate failed to pass competing Republican and Democratic short-term spending bills.
And the funding freeze now appears to be unresolved until at least next week. A Republican bill that would reopen the government fell short of 60 votes that were needed to end a filibuster and pass the legislation. The 3-day shutdown is expected to last longer as senators are set to leave for the weekend. So that means no more votes are expected this weekend. Republicans are looking to reopen the government under current spending levels, but Democrats are holding out for more health care benefits.
Programs are life and death for many veterans. The fact of the matter is veterans have held up their side of the bargain.
There are real people being hurt right now. We have women, infants, and children nutrition programs that are now not funded. You have veterans health services that are not funded. FEMA, many of their services are stalled right now in the middle of a hurricane season.
President Trump is also threatening